Is it on? We're good? Testing.
Hello, hello.
Good evening, everybody. Thursday, February 12th, 2026, work session board meeting. We'll go ahead and get started. Item 1, routine matters, call meeting to order and verify a quorum through roll call. Ms. Haskey? Mr. So? Ms. Aspis? Did we lose somebody?
Looks like she's on.
Who's that?
Board President, we do have Ms. Aspis on.
Oh, okay. All right, very good, thank you. And Ms. Matoya?
Here.
And myself, that's 3. We do have a quorum. Time is 5:42.
I'm here.
All right, thank you. Item 2, reports. A, unique trip request, Bond Wilson Technical Center, SkillsUSA and SkillsUSA Championship, Albuquerque, New Mexico, March 18th to the 21st, 2006. Ms. Davis. Could you hold, please? We need some sound on your mic. Just give me a minute, man. Ms. Davis. Shopping?
Try now. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Mr.
No.
Noble, are we ready?
Test 1 2 test 1 2 test test. Testing testing testing.
Yeah, we just have to have continuity between the people that are watching. So.
Testing 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 testing. Hello 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 hello.
Is it on now? Oh,
Oh.
okay.
There we go.
There we go.
right.
Okay. Well, good evening, school board members, Mr. Superintendent, and everyone online. I am Mrs. Athena Davis. I am the lead SkillsUSA advisor at Bond Wilson Technical Center. And I also have a few of the students who will be attending the competition in March. And all we're asking for right now is for approval so that we can go to competition in March. And the students have just a few things to say about why they really want to go participate at the state conference.
Hello, my name is Kobe Sosi. SkillsUSA has brought a lot of hope and joy in my life, especially with all these friends that I have around me. I just really hope to go on this trip in order to hopefully win and go to nationals.
Where's that?
Atlanta, Florida, Georgia. My bad.
Don't be shy.
Good evening, everyone with CCSD. My name is Jaden. I do construction at Bond Wilson. and I would appreciate this approval because this will actually be my first time going to Skills, and I heard it benefits a lot for you. You can get a job out of it, and then you get like good things out of it. So I would like to experience it with the rest of these kids. So that would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Danae Abreu, and this is my second time going to Skills, and I'm doing a leadership competition, and I really hope to go this year because SkillsUSA you get to network with a lot of people, and eventually you have the chance to go into a career through the people that you network with, and yeah, and it also helps us because there's workshops there too that help us build skills that we can potentially use in the future. Yeah, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Anthony Barber, and this is my second year too. I am in the welding program. And SkillsUSA is good because out there, I heard there'll be contractors looking for people to hire. And to me, that's pretty good. You get a job out of it, and yeah, you just meet a lot of new people. It's really cool. Thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah, do we have any questions?
Let me open it to the board. Ms. Aspis, do you have any questions?
Yes, yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
Other than welding, yeah. What else? What other craft? Any from culinary?
So this year we have participants from every single program of study that we have at Bond Wilson. So culinary arts, carpentry, information technology, health science, did I say welding, and business. So every single pathway is taking, I think, about 2 to 4, depending on the competition allowances.
Thank you.
Ms. Montoya?
No questions.
I know you guys do well, year in, year out. Just bring it back as many first place awards as you can, please. And
Yeah.
Good luck. Good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The only question I have is for superintendent. Are we good on that line?
Do we have a finance person here? I don't know if I know the answer to that. Have you secured funding for everything?
Right now, a majority of the funding has come from student fundraisers, so we've had a lot of fundraisers. We're not yet have met that entire goal, and so we're just hoping for the best.
Well, good luck.
I have a
with it.
question.
We'll make sure it happens. Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Aspis.
Okay, I just heard Carlson say that he'll make it happen. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. Good luck to all of you.
Thank you.
On to item B, unique trip request, Shiprock High School, senior class 2026. Thank you. Mr. Begay.
Good evening, Superintendent Carlson, President Montoya, and school board members. I am Mr. Begay from Shiprock High School, representing the senior class of 2026. I am here today to request the approval of a unique trip request on behalf of the senior class of 2026 to Phoenix, Arizona to celebrate their great achievement that they will accomplish in May. We do understand the dates we are requesting, May 15th through the 18th, is beyond the the deadline that is set forth by the district. And we were asking for an exception to this just because we have a large group of seniors who are part of sports as well as in AP classes. And so, that kind of runs us up to a couple of barriers there looking into late April, early May. And so we thought if we could go the week before graduation, they could get all that out of the way and they would have a nice trip to celebrate their achievement. And so we're asking for that exception to go on our academic trip.
Ms. Aspis, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Ms. Montoya?
Is it just the one specific college in Arizona that you'll be touring, or is there another?
Well, we would have to recontact the other ones because we kind of had a date set. Sorry, I'm thinking about something else. Yes, we have NAU and possibly ASU.
My question is, the superintendent, that this falls in with the guidelines of the unique field trips?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and I'm assuming in regards to the fundraising, pretty close to your goal?
Yes, we definitely, these kids have put in a lot of time and effort for the 4 years to raise that funds.
Okay. Alrighty. That's all I have at this time, and since there's no other further questions, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, school board.
Item C, New Mexico Division of Vocational Rehabilitation Program for KCHS, proposal for the Bronco Bistro and Bronco CafeWork Readiness Program by Senator Westbrook and B. Baskins. Which I must
And
say,
Michelle
that's a pretty cool little bistro.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Okay. So I want to say thank you, school board members, superintendent, and other important people in the district. I want to introduce myself. My name is Ms. B. Vasquez. I am a special education at Kirtland Central High School. I'm honored to be here today because I want to present you an opportunity that we can collaborate with New Mexico Division of Vocational Rehabilitation in a unique and very impactful way for our students with disabilities, okay? At KC, we have steadily grown a work-based work readiness program over the last 4 years. It's called Bronco Cafe. You might have already heard about it a little, but I want to give you a quick overview and then a short video, okay? On Wednesdays and Thursdays, we convert our life skills classes into a cafe and a bistro. We have our special education students experience highly realistic employment environment. We service teachers and staff, coffee for breakfast at our Bronco Cafe, and then we serve them a full service restaurant where the students actually make the food and then we sell it to the teachers and staff, okay? It operates only by school-wide support and some super dedicated educators that go above and beyond what great educators do. The students are expected to follow realistic simulated employment, like going from filing an application to interviews, trainings, job descriptions, clocking in and out, putting your uniform on, job demands, leadership tasks, and job problem solving, right? So I want to show you the little video that we have created because it's parent-teacher conferences, none of my students can come. They had dedication. So here is our little video. I hope you enjoy it. I can hear it.
Miss Westbrook.
Why you like Bronco Cafe or Bronco Bistro? Because it's a good experience because it will help us when we get out of high school.
I learned how to help the other students with interactions in the world.
It's important to me because we learn a lot of different types of skills, like cooking, phone.
It is important to me because when I get done with high school, I can find like a job.
What have you learned?
I learned talk from customer.
Xiaomei writes it to delivery and the cashier. To be the concession and the deliveries to give it to his teachers.
Bronco Cafe is important because it gives the kids opportunities to work with their peers and work with money.
You can just do yours.
What is important is how I interact with them and how they interact with me. It's interesting.
Like this, and then just put it in the pot, okay?
What have you learned from Bronco Cafe, Bronco Bistro?
Learning all new stuff.
Good morning, Bronco Cafe.
It's important to me because I get to help like our SPED classes learn how to interact with people in the real life world. So.
What?
This is good.
Why is it important to you?
It can help me. It can help me in the real world. I can remind myself if I need help.
Hi, my name is Darian Swift. The year I graduated is 2025. Bronco Cafe is important because we have to learn into the real world.
Thank you, guys. Since this program is actually directly a pre-employment transition service, we were presented the opportunity to work and collaborate with an outside resource, which is New Mexico Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. We presented to them a proposal to financially support our work-based work readiness program for a duration of 10 months. And with a stipend for 15 of our students and 4 of our educators. So this would allow us to further grow our program and collaborate stronger improvements, relationships between home and school. For example, we can support parent and students discussing about checking, savings, budgeting, and connect what we have in the classroom to actually taking it home to parents. The stipend for students would go directly from DVR to the students, and then the stipend for the educators would be sent to our payroll department for distribution. I'm nervous. Sorry, guys. Attached to the things I had provided were impact letters from staff, teachers, parents, describing what makes this program great and why they support it. This proposal was accepted by New Mexico DVR, and now we ask you guys, school board members, to accept this amazing collaboration between Kirtland Central High School and New Mexico DVR. So thank you very much for your attention. We are open for questions, if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Aspis. Do you have any questions?
Yes. I guess mine would be more of the legal part of it. well, first of all, why is the presentation being made? Is it to further grow this cafe, or can you tell?
Yeah. So we presented a proposal to DVR, which is the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, about providing a stipend. And so we got it approved through DVR, which is outside resource. And so we come to the board now to ask for it to be approved, to say, yes, move forward. That collaboration between DVR and Kirtland Central, yes, go forward and go on. Yeah, get your stipend. That's how it works on that. But any other questions? Did I answer it?
Yes, you did.
Okay, thank you.
But with anything, it's you have good intentions, but there's also the legal part of it.
School board member Ms. Aspis, can you explain a little further on what question about the legal part of it?
I'm sick, so it's hard for me to talk.
If I may, Ms. Aspis, I think what she's asking is in regards to ensure that the proper policies, rules, and regulations regarding those transactions are in place. And of course, with the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation, obviously we're
the safety.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Everything is in place, everybody's trained, everybody's certified to be able to do these things, correct? Because it wouldn't just be a teacher coming in or somebody coming in and saying, hey, A, B, C, and D, and then now do it. It's closely supervised. And if it's any consolation, Ms. Aspis, I actually went last week, and I do have to say it was an absolutely beautiful event to watch these young adults interact. They certainly do their best to be professional as possible. If they have questions, they stop, they look, they ask. It is absolutely wonderful. And I know that Michelle and I talked about it, and it would be wonderful if we could expand that to the rest of the high schools within the district. So to your concerns, Ms. Aspis, I truly believe, and we certainly wouldn't want to approve anything that was not technically sound, and this program is. I know I'm not misspeaking because you guys would do that to the state of New Mexico.
Right.
So I think any concerns and certainly would be brought to the attention of the superintendent and addressed immediately, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything further, Ms. Aspis?
That's good.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Vasquez, did you want Mr. Balswick to make
Oh,
some sort of assurance there? He's hovering behind you there.
Good evening, Mr. President and honorable board members, Superintendent. I just would like to add some additional information with regards to this program. There is already an existing MOU with the DVR, and before the students entered this program from the previous years, the case managers and the students went through trainings like food preparation, safety, and it's kind of part of their daily lessons with regards to their functional skills. So that's one of the preparation that I can attest with regards to how they prepared for this program. They have gone through those preparation, and it's just that this year we want to kind of enrich it with more collaboration with DVR, and as you have said, Mr. Board President, that moving forward is to also incorporate the other high schools in the school district. That way, students and the parents will get that opportunity as part of their transition programs from their individualized educational plan program.
All right, I just want to add that from what I saw, none of those students are left by themselves. They're all monitored. There's an adult right there next to them. Again, I can attest to it because I was sitting in there watching it. Again, it's a very beautiful thing, so thank you for that. Ms. Montoya, you have any questions?
So when the students go through this program, are they obtaining like a certificate and like a letter of recommendation for employment and things like that at the end of it?
At the end of it, we us as teachers, we do offer them a letter of recommendation. And because the reality is we are the ones that interview. And the reality is we can say, hey, you guys have this skill. And that's the cool thing about it. Because I said, you do have disabilities, but you have so many abilities that we can attest for that. So we offer them those letters of recommendation. And we say you could put it as an employment on your resume. You can say you worked with Bronco Cafe of school-based learning. So they're excited about that. Even just trying it, they're really excited. So we do that. No certificate other than the food handlers. They'll have it, but it lasts until after they graduate. So they already have that in hand.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm coordinating.
Sorry, I'm Sandra Westberg. I'm the principal at Kirtland Central High School, and good evening, superintendent, board members online, our community. I just want to add on that in addition to that letter of recommendation, the paid stipend that the students are getting, they can actually put as a paid opportunity that they're getting, which is no different from our CTE programs that are already participating in work-based learning. This just makes it equitable across all departments.
So I was going to have that too. The opportunity for the stipends gives them another chance to learn budgeting, how to open a checking account, how to manage their bills. And we kind of haven't been able to touch on that. So that's an additional skill that they can learn, an additional lesson, an additional pre-employment transition service that we can offer to them.
Hello, you out there? My name is Malcolm Thompson, and I love the way you said what would they, a certificate. We work with them on their resumes. They don't leave with just a resume. It's a visual resume. So they take that with them when they go look for a job and stuff like that. And the experience that they have. The one thing that I do love is when they get excited to put on their experience Bronco Cafe. And they can list us as reference, and that when they get happy that they can actually put that on a real resume is pretty cool. Thank you.
So we good?
Any other questions?
No, I don't have anything other than to say.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
You guys are all welcome to go. Just go check in at the front office. It's Wednesdays for Bistro, Thursday mornings for the cafe.
Again, I can attest it's wonderful. I ask that everybody stop by there and enjoy. And one last thing, within the disability is an absolute ability to learn.
Oh yeah.
So to all of you, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, we done? Any questions?
It's really neat to hear. Thank you.
No more questions?
All right, on to item D. Elementary schools, EBS is up first.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Real quickly, introduction. My name is Jeannie Lewis. My clients are Nashkal Shihin Shlon Halsot and Abashashin, but Anita Shadot and Ajini Etashanale. I'm originally from Rough Rock, Arizona. My mom is from there. My dad is from Pinedale, New Mexico. So I'm half New Mexico, half Arizona. I still haven't figured out which one is which. So you can make your own conclusions. A little bit more background for me. I do have 35 years combined experience in educational organizations. So that begins with birth to 5 years old, and then pre-K to K to 12. Also, I have been a professor with colleges and universities teaching AA level and BA level courses for education. I do have a combined years of 18 years. I was counting, I was like, oh my God, so as an administrator. So I have been a CEO, a CSA, assistant superintendent, stepped in as acting superintendent in some schools. I also, on top of that, I do have 24 years in safety, which is huge to me. I have been a volunteer firefighter, search and rescue personnel, fire chief and captain training personnel in that field as well. So I'm big on safety, just FYI. I came here school year 24-25. I've been here a year and 7 months. So I really, really do enjoy my job. I love being here, so thank you. So my presentation, we are Eva B. Stokely. We do have pre-K to 6th grade. Next slide. So what's working? Kind of just some background real quickly. When I first came to Eva B. Stokely, and I told this to the board last year, the culture and climate was not positive, nor was it conducive to an environment where students can freely learn or teachers and staff could freely do what they need to do to get the job done, meaning teaching. And so that's the first thing I had to work on. The reason why I start there is my studies in my doctoral program has been in climate and culture. And if your climate and culture is not positive and growth mindset, you're not gonna get anywhere. So in my studies, I have learned that not just educational organizations, but any organization. So we are still evolving. We have come to a point where teachers are teaching and that they're freely beginning to share with one another. And that's my goal, is to build a team to make sure that they can lean on each other, help one another. And so we do have pockets of success in our school. So that's where it's working. We do have PLCs, which are grade level, and then also special teachers do the grade level PLCs. In addition to talking about PLCs, we always neglect the other part of PLCs. So I do have my custodians. We do PLCs with custodians. I do PLCs with my food service, because they're just as equally important as our education, as well as our EAs, our special ed department, our gifted and talented. So they're all inclusive within our PLCs. We do have, so when I first got to Eva B. Stokely, we did have a 90-day plan already in place, and I'm a true believer in, I'm not gonna come in and change everything. I wanna see what's working. I wanna know if it's working. If it's not, then we can change it. So my approach is a whole school approach. I don't leave departments out. Like I said, our custodians, our food service, everything that they do, our EAs, our different departments, they're just as instrumental and inclusive in the 90-day plan. So that's my approach that I'm taking. So we're implementing, monitoring, revising as we go along to see what's working and what we need to tweak. The other part that's working is that we are focusing on layered instruction and interventions. And you can see that in our data sets when we take a look at it during MOY PD. We are looking at reteach and enriching, because when you're looking at students, you're not just focusing on those students that are at level 1, you're also focusing on those students that are level 5. You need to enrich those students so you're pushing them to the next level. So that's something we're working on right now. Professional development, my teachers and staff, not just teachers, but staff, have requested certain PDs. So that's something that we're putting together coming into the new school year. So we're putting that together. Some of the PDs do happen at school, at the school level, and also at district level. Dual language implementation, which is going well. We did have concerns prior fall where we had to kind of shift where Navajo language was kind of neglected, meaning the teaching, keeping it in the language. So that's something that we revisited, and then we started a PLC for our dual language program. So that's something that's working now. We do have a parent advisory committee who meets every month, so that's working. This year, we started our student council, so we have a student council who are very verbal. They meet with me, they request certain things of me, so I, of course, support them. Collaborative teamwork, that's something that we are working on. Like I said, we're evolving, and that's something that's working. Parental involvement, we noticed that our parents want more. They want to, be involved, even in training, so that's something that we're going to be working on with our staff. Next slide. What's not working? This is something that my staff, my teachers have been hounding me about. Professional development or trainings during teachers' teaching time. They want to be in the classrooms teaching, not in a PD during teaching time. So that's something I, am working on with them. And it's really hard because we do have a substitute shortage right now. We're having to shift our EAs that are substitute certified to cover classes, or we combine classes. So that's something that we're running into with substitutes. Next slide. So for our goals, we do have several goals. In our 90-day plan, we have our goals for math, ELA, reading, and attendance. So all of those we are increasing. So our data does show that we've increased math and reading. ELA, we're kind of stagnant. We have a 1% decrease. We're not taking a nosedive, but it's 1%, so we're working on that. The other part is decreasing student major incidences. This year we did, in our cell classes, we are addressing bullying issues, different types of things within that are happening in the school. So we are decreasing our major student incidences. One of the other goals we have is we are a community school. We do have that grant. So we want to create a hub for families where they can come, if they need something. That's something that we're working on right now. The other one is increasing parental involvement. We do have, I would say, involvement, but in terms of having them come to PAC meetings or parent nights or in those types of activities, we're still working on that. And of course, trainings for parents, because parents have been requesting for trainings. Next slide. How will we accomplish our goals? And of course, everything goes back to our 90-day plan. We have our goals, our actions, and then our timelines, the budgets, benchmarks, and then the outcomes. The other part is we did create an attendance improvement plan. And so for that one, we're implementing and then monitoring as we go along. So for this particular area, we do have this fall, we started what's called the Attendance All-Star, where classes are competing against one another to see who can have the highest, weekly attendance rates. So that's something that's working. The other one is providing, of course, I said trainings for parents and guardians. Support we need, next slide, is continued professional development and trainings during non-teaching days. The other one is, of course, continued collaboration with other departments in the district because they're very critical to us. We are constantly reaching out, and they're them coming in and assisting us. Like we have ICO for dual language, CNI, of course, food service, and the other departments. So that's what I have. Questions?
Ms. Asmus, do you have any questions?
Yes. Which part of that plan would you be attacking first, getting done?
Oh, okay. So the first plan, of course, is our 4 areas that we're focused on. And that's something that we're working on since we started the school year. And we were working on it last year. So that's increasing the math scores, the ELA scores, the reading, and the attendance. Those are our 4 main goals that we've been working on since the beginning of the school year.
Thank you.
Ms. Montoya.
What kind of trainings are the parents requesting?
Trainings for attendance. A lot of our parents have this idea that, oh, if my child is excused, it doesn't count as an absence. So trainings on what that means. Okay, if my child is excused, the only thing that means is you get to make up your work. So those types of trainings, they want to have a better understanding of the attendance policies. They want a better understanding of what they can do to assist the school. Volunteering, what background checks they have to have, those types of things. And then, of course, reading. We did have during our PAC math, we're doing Empower Math strategies, and so they wanted more training on that, how to assist their own child at home, because they're telling us that, math is not my strong suit, so help me, help my child kind of thing, so.
How's your participation with your PAC meetings?
So we had a change over from our PAC back in October. August, September, and October, we had high numbers. But somehow in November, after our changeover of our PAC officers, our numbers went down. So we're trying to figure out, okay, what's going on? So we're doing outreach, we're doing flyers, we have a Facebook social media page, so we're advertising on there, sending notes home, mass texts, mass emails, mass messengers to the parents. So somehow we lost our numbers there, so we're working on that right now.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Asmus.
You talked about the attendance. And what about the tardies? How 3 tardies will equal absent, and then an excused absence. That's the only time the student can make up the work. Why is that?
So if they're unexcused, meaning they don't have a doctor's note or a what is considered excused, sick, maybe a ceremony or something that's valid, then it's excused, so they get to make up their work. If it's unexcused, then they don't make up the work, they just lose points or they get 0 for the day. With the tardies, that was something that we addressed as principal PLC. Prior in our protocol, it said 3 tardies equals 1 absence. But there's really, nowhere that it states that we can enforce something like that. So we don't do the 3 tardies equals 1 day absence anymore. So that's scratched. But we did notice that when we looked at our data for MOY, our tardies, the most tardies at 37% is students that overslept. So we did present this to the parents and we said, we need your help. Please help us with this because oversleeping, because we start our day at 7:45. We're at the school by 7:15, so our students are in class by 7:45. So we have an early day. Yeah.
Anything further, Ms. Asmus?
Yes, I don't agree. I mean, our whole business is educating, and Superintendent Carlson, how do you feel about what she had just stated?
About which portion of it? You want to go ahead and restate what you said?
So it'll be probably the excused absence where they're making up the work. Unexcused, they can't make up the work because there's no, for absences.
So I understand the reasoning for that, but I'm actually in agreement with Ms. Asmus. I do believe that the students should always have the opportunity to do the work. I think sometimes the unexcused absence may not be the student's fault, especially the elementary school. And I know not everybody is going to feel how I do about that, but I really do believe that when a student misses work, the consequences shouldn't be, okay, you don't have to do that work. The consequence should be, well, now you need to do the work, right? And you should always have the opportunity. So I just don't want to close that door.
I agree to the concept, and my only point would be if that's consistent across the board. All the elementaries, all the junior highs, all the schools in the district utilizing that process to do that. Because if there's inconsistencies, we need to make sure that it is consistent with everybody. You do it when you do it all. And so that way, to your point, Superintendent, and it's certainly not to belabor the point, Ms. Lewis, but if we're gonna do that and allow others at other schools, then I think that needs to be consistent across the board, but that's something the superintendent can communicate to the rest of the schools.
Yes, and I know Mr. Des was back there paying attention. I think it's a great conversation to have, and I don't want anybody to feel like I'm coming down on this school or that school, but I mean, because I understand when you have excused absences, there's very little recourse that we have these days. So you want to be able to say, we need to curb these because our attendance board's going to say, you need to improve your attendance as well. And so, you know, it's really difficult to address these situations. But that said, you know, I really do think we need to make sure that, you know, the work is available for all those students. And they won't do it if they're not going to get credit for it. So if we can have those conversations in the principals meeting, that'd be great. So we're consistent. I do agree with that.
Board President?
Yes. Go ahead.
I just want to thank you for calling on me, and I just want to make sure we're careful with this policy. I have a concern about the due process potential aspects of not allowing kids to make up work for unexcused absences, so I would like the opportunity to research that further.
Sure. Well,
Thank
and
you,
again, it's important because it can become a very sticky situation in regards to the parents and the ability for their child to be educated. And again, that's certainly nothing on you, Ms. Lewis, but again, we just need to have consistency throughout and make sure everybody's on the same page. So I appreciate that. Any other further questions for Ms. Lewis?
Yeah. I just feel that with the family index that we know of in those areas, there's no other place for our students to go. So, and we are in the business for educating them, and that goes to knowing your students, and everything is not so black and white. We got to learn to assess and where we can make these students successful. Thank you.
Points well taken, Ms. Aspis. Thank you. Ms. Lewis, thank you. Appreciate it. Next up is MESA. You read my mind.
Good evening, board members, President Montoya, and Superintendent Mr. Carlson, and everybody else on online. So my presentation is a little different than everybody else because I didn't get the memo. I'm going to be honest. I didn't follow the template.
What?
Of course. All right. So there's not going to be a lot of reading. So you're more than welcome to ask questions. So at our school, we do Capturing Kids' Hearts. And so I want to start off with one of our good things because that's the way we start our day off every day. So one of our good things is Mesa Elementary did exit in school improvement status for 2025. Yay! Woo! And what you're seeing up here is a snapshot of a banner that was sent to us by the PSB. So that is our good thing. Now, with that being said, we still have a lot of work to do, as the further slides will show. The next slide You saw this in the fall, but this is our spring graphic that we use to for our parents and our staff. We are making a parent-friendly version with, you know, some of us, we get in education with acronyms and different this and that. So we are going to be making a friendly parent version of this that we will be giving at our PAC at the end of this month. But this is our school spring 90-day plan. Our 4 areas, because we are still considered CSI through the end of the school year, is still science, math, ELA, and ELP, our English language proficiency. So as you can see on this 90-day plan, it has our goals there in the blue, and then our action steps are in the beige or the yellow pieces there. So I'm not gonna read everything and just give that to you to peruse. Do you have any questions on this as you're looking through this while any questions on this
Question from
page?
the board?
Nope. All right.
Continue.
So in working with the CSI status and with Miss Rachel Nance, she has asked us to develop a scoreboard. And we have several different scoreboards. So if you, next slide, please. So we have a couple of scoreboards to share with you tonight. This is our K6 math in a mirror that is on the left. And then we have our K6 reading in a mirror on the right. And so I'm just going to give you guys a few minutes to view that. Does it look perfect? No, but it is a much improved from last year's Amira. And so we still have gains to make, but we are still trending in the upward movement there. We are still having some issues in our math. As you can see there, with high percentages still in the red in level 1. Math is just a little harder for our students at this time, and we are still in the midst of having professional development with our teachers and having more engagement with the math in that conceptual understanding of the math so that they can go through and apply the math. So we have been using Empower to help us and help our teachers learn to engage more with the math. And so that has been, in the walkthroughs that I've been doing, has been a lot better as far as engagement with the math. And our scores are looking better than they were, but we're not there yet. And yet is our magic word there. But our reading is doing pretty well. We are part of a structured literacy. We have a structured literacy grant. So we have a coach that helps us in structured literacy. And our reading is doing a lot better than we were doing last year in reading. So if you turn to the next slide, this is kind of a breakdown of our MOY and the data that Ms. Nance had us do for our CSI status. In fact, this actual scoreboard is part of our SIT review that will be happening at the end of this month on the 26th. And this is what I was asked to fill out for that review. And I gave some BOY comparisons there in reading, language arts, and math. And then I gave a little bit of a data analysis on our CSI goals there at the bottom. Now, third grade looks kind of bleak with 0 improvement in language arts or math. But I would like you to turn to the next slide, and I would like you to look at our Cognia data there. And it's kind of little, so I don't know if we can kind of make it a little bigger. But our third graders came into third grade. Let me put my glasses on. At an 81%. Do you see that? 81% in needing support. And at MOY, we are now at 65%. Do you see how that has shrunk? So we increased our need support, and we actually do have some on target there. So even though it shows that there was 0 on target, we actually did have some much needed growth there. And the same in language arts and Do you see there in the math how it says 91% of our kids came in at math in 3rd grade and need support, and now we're at 50%. So that's a 41% decline. Even though we still don't have any on target, we are still making great growth because our kids aren't going to go from need support to on target magically. So that's a 41% growth from BOI to MOI. So even though it says 0, it just is how you look at the numbers, right? So just with the analysis, our grades 3 and 4 met the goal already for reading for our year. Grades 5 and 6 fell short in achievement of reading. Our grades 4 and 5 met the goal already in math that we had set for the whole year, but our grades 3 and 6 fell short of that goal. So we still have a lot of support that we need to do. 4th grade, you can go to the next slide. We have positive gains across the board in 4th grade, plus 19 in reading, plus 10 in language arts, and plus 10 in math. So our 4th grade is doing very well. And the next slide is our 5th grade achievement. We did see some declines in 5th grade. We started out the year departmentalizing our 5th grade, and we figured out after first quarter that our students were not ready for that. So we changed back to traditional 5th grade, and that was part of the factor in that 5th grade. We tried it, it didn't work, so we went back, and they're making better gains now. In 6th grade, we are departmentalized, thank you. And we did see a reduction in reading and language arts and a gain in math. We do have some new teachers that we are providing professional development and some coaching for. And I've seen some growth when I'm doing my walkthroughs in those classes. So I'm hoping to, overall, I think we will be able to meet our target at the end of the year. So that is what I have. If I stand for any questions.
Question, Ms. Aspis?
No.
Ms. Matoya?
No. No questions.
You had an event the other day.
I did.
How'd that go?
Yesterday, it went really well. The kids, we had only 16 students absent for the whole day, so we were at 94% attendance yesterday, and the kids really had a good time yesterday afternoon. So we celebrated our attendance yesterday, and we had a lot of good, it was fun.
Very good.
Yeah, and I'm sure you saw it on, if you go to our Facebook, you'll see some great pictures and some fun things. And yeah, we had a teacher against student basketball game, and they had to be there to play. They had to be there, and they all got pickles. It was like a full concession, and we even had defense going, and it was a great time. So we don't take enough time to celebrate our wins. And so at MESA, we've not had a lot of wins, but this year we're getting some really great wins, and so we want to make sure we're celebrating those.
Very good. You're moving in the right direction.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rivers.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, President Gary Montoya, and Vice President Rebecca Montoya, and Superintendent Steve Carlson, and Christine Aspis online. My name is Shirley Rivers, principal at Najoni Elementary School in my 5th year there. So some of the things that I want to celebrate what's working at Najoni Elementary is that we do have our weekly PLCs, and my teachers meet twice a week. We do have our regular grade level meetings, our SPED meetings, our bilingual meetings, and also with our EAs that we have that meet with their teachers during the PLC. Our main focus is looking at student data analysis, and provide interventions. During that time, later in the week, we have another PLC in which they do teacher reflection. Did the lesson go well based on the data that's going on, and was their instructional planning really effective? If not, what can we do different next week? So that's a plan that we do have. I do provide professional development training to support our data analysis, and when I mean not just looking at numbers or colors, I mean, we really have to really deep dive into data analysis, what skill and sub areas our students are struggling with, and what do we need to support that needs as well. Our attendance was not looking good at the beginning of the fall semester. We tried to do a quarter celebration, and it was not effective, so we went to a monthly celebration, and still our attendance was not effective and all that. So I do have an attendance committee at my school, and we decided to go back with our 3-week perfect attendance, and we have showed tremendous increase. So every 3 weeks, students that have no absent, no tardies, we do a celebration, whether it's a movie or we do things outside, inside the building, and that's been really positive so far, and our attendance has increased within that time. So we will stay with that, with what we have. I've been very consistent with monthly parent newsletter, calendar, updated Facebook, weekly robocalls to parents on upcoming events, and Canvo communication. The one thing that's new this year, we do have a book vending machine, and that's really a joy that the kids really love to get a token and select the books that they want. So that one has really increased the fluency and comprehension based on their level that they have, but it's also incentives that the teachers use in the classroom to improve student reading scores. So that has been really effective. We do end of the quarter celebration, perfect attendance, honor roll, principals award, Najoni's Leaders Award, and reading and math awards. The one thing I do want to really collaborate is my really say principal informal walkthroughs with immediate feedback. I do it right away during their prep time, end of the day, and I provide that support of giving the feedback that they have from the classroom walkthroughs. I do have weekly staff updates that I do with my staff. We do have monthly leadership meetings, our monthly PAC meetings, along with family engagement activities, literacy night, math night, science, cultural night, health and wellness, and family game night. We do have a Eclipse family engagement night, and Eclipse is mainly for our special needs students or SPED students, and we do provide opportunities along with New Mexico PED Eclipse program. We do have family engagement activities where they do come and provide parent resource and trainings to our parents to help assist at home and provide additional support at home for their child. I also do after-school tutoring programs on Tuesdays and Thursdays. This year, our participation has really increased, and it's just not really focused on the student needs on that. We also have a lot of enrichment programs based on student needs, like weaving. We do have a small cooking class, health and wellness, fitness, things that really support our student interests. I do get my visits from Mr. Deswood on my OFC. We do have discussions on what I see in the classroom and also on my professional growth. If I'm making my PDP plans and goals, so I do have my visits with him in certain areas of improvement that I need to do. Next slide. What's not working, and this was conversation that we had at our elementary PLC today, lack of communication between schools and parents concerning students absent. And that's mainly when we have parents that don't contact the school after 3-5 days and not give us a reason why their child is absent. So there's the lack of communication. I do my part. The teachers do their part as well to contact parents, but most of the time we're just not getting the feedback from parents that we would like. Our attendance growth, we do have an attendance growth goal that we have is to be at 95%. We're ranging between 92, 93% each month. So we're really trying to increase our attendance percentage and really increase to the 95% as much as we can. The one thing that we have struggled this year is more science lesson, because our focus has really been on ELA and math. But as far as the science lesson and the knowledge of the science practice and application that we have to do in the classroom, there's not much, even through my observation, my PLC meetings with them, because they say the focus is too much on reading and math. Next slide. So our goals for Nijoni, we do want to increase our NINSPA score in reading and math. We want to increase our MIRA scores each month by 5% growth for kindergarten through second grade. We do want to increase our attendance percentage by 10% growth each month. We do look at our WIDA and access scores, and when we look at things like that, our goal is to have each child that is identified EL to go at least one level or two levels up. And our focus was the oral language development that we're struggling, which is the speaking part. So we implement more with the teachers. How can we increase speaking in your lesson? You know, we got to give students the opportunity to speak more in the classroom and to explain their reasoning and procedures and things like that. So that will help out with the WIDA and access test. We meet our school 90-day critical action every 30 days. We make adjustments as needed. As a leadership team, we meet together, we look at our 90-day plan. Did we say the critical actions and indicators state, are we meeting our goals? If not, then what adjustments do we need to make on our 90-day plan so we can focus on the next 90 days, next 30 days, excuse me. And the one thing that I see, and I know some teachers have been really, I guess they really were honest with themselves. They have not implemented more culturally relevant lessons in the classroom. And so with that, they want to align that with the curriculum guide and standards to have more culturally relevant resources in the classroom. Next slide. How will we accomplish our goals? Change monthly attendance to a 3-week celebration to help improve attendance in small increments. Continue professional growth and data analysis to support our reading and math goals. Continue weekly PLC meetings with vertical grade levels and individual grade levels. Continue my principal walkthroughs and provide immediate feedback on teacher instructional delivery, strategies, visible student learning, and modeling. Even though I'm a principal, I still have my background as a teacher and as a reading interventionist. So I do go in classroom and I model reading strategies as well. I made the lesson plan of implementing culturally relevant materials in support of the standards as well. Next slide, the support we need, continuous support from attendance coordinator. I know we just recently hired Tia. So she's really been coming to the schools and asking about our attendance improvement plan, what are we doing? And she's even done some strategies that she can have. She wanted a list of our students that were really chronically absent, and then she was helping me in that area of how we can improve, meeting with my attendance improvement team as well. Continued support from an MLS coach to new teachers in my building. Continued support from the district elementary coordinator on literacy and mathematical practice, and also continued support from our ELL coaches on EL strategies. I stand for any questions.
Ms. Aspis, do you have any questions?
Yeah, with the attendance, the help that you're getting, I hope, I don't know how, where where the person is from, or I hope they have some compassion or on how to deal with that in a positive way.
Thank you.
I do have a question. On your monthly family engagement activities, are you having a good parent turnout to those, and is it helping?
Yes, what we did is we combined the PAC meetings with the family night. So I have my 40 minutes of going over the school budget, our 90-day plan, and our goals that we need to do. And then we switch over into the cafeteria to do family engagement nights. And we do have a huge percentage of family that come in and stuff. So before we separated both of them, and I was not getting a lot of attendance with PAC, but a huge amount for family engagement. So what we decided to do is combine both of them, and it has been really effective that way.
I like that.
Mhm.
Another item that you mentioned is giving the kids opportunities to speak more and in the public speaking setting. I really like that you're doing that for those kids.
Thank you.
I have no questions.
Mhm.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I know you all have
Student-led conference.
there you go, student-led conference at this time, so I apologize for calling you up at this time, but we certainly got to get this done as well. So TBA? No, you don't have to get up. Pandora.
Practice.
So now they're gonna say I made you stand up.
Testing. Testing. Testing, testing. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. Testing, testing. Okay, good evening, Board President Montoya, Vice President Montoya. It's good to meet you. My name is Dr. Pandora Mike. I'm the principal at Sabatay Middle School, and Superintendent, Board Member Aspis, and community, and all who are in attendance today. And I'd also like to have my assistant introduce herself.
I'm Danelle Yazzie. I am the assistant principal at Sabatay Middle School, and I've been in the district for 20 years.
Thank you. So we wanted to share a little tidbit. I mean, there's tons of things, as you heard earlier from our sister schools, of all the work that we do in the schools. So I want to turn your attention to what's working at Sabatay Middle School. I want to first just preface by saying that our focus areas are culture, curriculum, and instruction. And together we do quite a bit there. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Yazzie to talk about culture.
So we have, I guess, looked in terms of our own, we've looked inside, understood, and really dug deep to really identify our root causes. Culture and school safety was a big one, making sure that our students don't feel like they're being bullied, making sure they feel accepted within our school building. So in order to do that, we, with our LSA, we have implemented the Capturing Kids' Hearts with social norms and allowing our students to generate public norms within their own workspace, school space. We've also incorporated restorative practices with our discipline. We've developed the Healthy Habits Hub, which we call our 3H room, which is replacing our ISS room. It does serve as a holding space for students that do need to go on suspension, but the goal is to provide them with mental, emotional, and academic support in the classroom. and to understand the underlying causes of their decision-making, but while also keeping them in line with academics. One of the things that we utilize with the 3H room is a program called Ripple Effects to help coach up our students with their behavior choices and the behavior training that they may need to help fill in some of those gaps of understanding why they made those choices. To identify students that may be in need of services, we have our SIT team, which looks at wraparound services in terms of emotional, mental, social health, and academic health. So with that, we have counseling provided from our counselor along with the district social worker. We also receive services from school-based health clinic with IHS, and we also then go into looking at the attendance contracts and seeing who needs improvements for attendance. We also work with parent communication and utilizing Canova, and we're more successful at contacting parents through text messaging as opposed to phone calls. So a lot of our communication does happen with parents in text rather than through phone calls. And then one of the things we wanted to make sure we did this year, there's two things we did. We did a focus group where our students talked about the safety within the school building. Right now our students are feeling safe, but they are talking a lot about the cyberbullying that does occur. So we're trying to find different avenues in terms of how to correct that. And to teach our students that, we want to build a positive, healthy environment that we can all live in and grow in together. We also did an attendance needs assessment with all of our students that are habitually tardy or they're absent. And what we're finding is the growth we're doing within our culture as teachers and making sure that our students feel included and welcome. We are actually bringing down our school-related reasons for not wanting to be at school, and we're seeing that there are more mental health reasons and home-related reasons that they're actually not coming to school. So that's something that we're looking at now in terms of attendance. But we're really working on building a positive school culture, and we definitely invite any board members to come over and see what great work we've done.
Thank you, Ms. Yazzie. One thing that we're really proud of is I think it was 2021, we had well over 380-something behavioral referrals. And last school year, by the end of the school year, we had just over 100. So we really have changed our culture quite a bit. And, with Ms. Yazzie's help and our new 3H teacher / ISS teacher and our LSA, our school counselor, we really have made changes to really address in a holistic approach. So I want to turn your attention to curriculum and instruction. So we have a Warriors playbook that all instructional staff have, and the teachers have created and made some decisions on key strategies to implement, which is our core action step as part of our 90-day plan. And this playbook that we implemented we all know we are committed. These are non-negotiables. We will all do this. And so teachers have been using that. And I'm looking forward to Monday, which is our professional development day, because they're going to do a show and tell about how they've been using the books. We're excited. Data-driven instruction, just like my colleagues, data use is well, we use data all the time, not just number data. We use qualitative data, as Ms. Yazzie talked about, students giving us information. We look at all kinds of data. Professional development, professional learning communities, we have weekly leadership team meetings. We have grade level meetings 2 times a month. We have department meetings 2 times a month. We also do teacher huddles, which is 2 times a month. So we meet all the time. And Ms. Yazzie and we like to do our own professional development, and we train our teachers. So we read a lot, we learn a lot, and we train our teachers on what they need to know. Focus on algebra and reading apprenticeship training and coaching support are cohorts provided by the New Mexico Public Education Department. And we have teams that are part of those cohorts, and it's a 2-year commitment. Classroom walkthroughs and feedback sessions are a huge part of our practice every day. And we also do tutoring both in the morning from 7 to 8 and after school tutoring. And then we also have Quiet Table, which is basically an opportunity for students to do catch-up work during lunchtime. We have our own early warning system in place, and we call it the SIT bi-weekly meeting. So the SIT team makeup is myself, Miss Yazi, our school counselor, our school nurse, our lead safety advisor, and we recently recruited our district assigned ICO social worker. We also recruited our 3H room / ISS teacher, and we meet and I require all the team members to bring data. So Ms. Yazi brings discipline data. Our attendance secretary brings attendance data. Our school counselor brings SAT and 504 data. Our IS teacher brings qualitative data, what he talks about, the experiences in the 3H room. Our LSA brings safety data. So all of us together, we look at grade failures, we look at attendance, we look at health concerns, we look at the child, and we see where data is correlating. And we put some of our students on our watch list so we can provide extra support. We come up with action plans, we communicate with families on this, so that way everybody's in the loop to support this child, and it's working. We also use a scoreboard. I didn't bring any documents on that, but our scoreboard, we measure our teachers turning in lesson plans on time. Are we attending school on time? What is our grade failure rate? And what are we documenting in terms of key strategies being implemented? So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And then on the right side, just an overall thing, we have met our 5% goal from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year in all areas overall. However, we know our need areas are 7th grade math and 8th grade reading. So we have an action plan in place. Next slide, please. What's not working? I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Yazi to discuss.
So one of the things that we've identified is attendance in general and how it is not working. Attendance contracts aren't working. It doesn't have the grit that we would want behind it. So I'm now approaching attendance in a different matter. I was able to bring in Tia Johnson to the loop that I've been working in since the beginning of the school year. So we've started with a student needs assessment for attendance, making sure that we build some grit behind that attendance contract. Why you're missing school, how come you're not, what's going on, we need to figure this out. Once we have found that out, we're actually seeing that even though there's a contract, there's no grit behind it. So what can we actually do with it? We're now looking at making sure that our students are being viewed from a holistic point of view. So are they receiving the mental health support? Are they receiving any emotional support, behavior training support? Do they need to have a SAT meeting to happen in order to test them for some sort of disability? But those are the things that we're doing in general for our students. We've built the 3H room to help with self-care and anxiety for our students. We have a student that if that student is not feeling good in the day, they used to hide in the restroom. And we'd have to go and hunt them down and look for them. But now we have a relationship with the student that they now go to the 3H room. They hang out there until they're ready. Then they go to their next class. Then they go back to the 3H room again, get some air again, get focused again, and then they go back out. So rather than hiding in the restroom, they're now in a place that we can observe, make sure that they're staying on task with their assignments. We also started working on our wonders, And this is where I had talked with Tia in building a family plan. What I told her is that what I'm seeing from my experiences with Shiprock High School and TBA, and then seeing a portion of it with Mesa Elementary last year, that there's actually a generational absenteeism that's occurring. And I don't think us as a district has ever considered doing a district conversation with the entire family and asking them, what can we do to help you? Do you realize that if they're missing school in elementary, they're gonna miss school in middle school? If they're missing school in middle school, they're not gonna be successful in high school. So that's now what we're looking at and working with Tia. And Tia has done a great job in getting to know me and her getting to know the district. She is, as you know, Ms. Asbest was asking about the person that she is actually a Kirtland Central graduate that's returned back to the district as an employee. And she's also a Navajo mother. And so we're really looking at it from a very holistic point of view and a positive behavior support point of view, rather than a demeaning, punitive matter, especially with restorative practices. So the family plan that we're hoping to do will be showcased in our family Saturday meeting on the 21st of February. So that's going to be that'll be something that we're going to talk about later.
So next slide, please. So our goals are all laid out there. There is a pattern. There are 3 goals for each grade level. The pattern basically is from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year, we're expecting to show a 5% growth. And again, from the middle of the year to the end of the year, we're expecting to show a 5% growth. And as I pointed out earlier, based on the second slide where the data shows, we have already done that. We've met our goals in all areas except for 7th grade math, which I think they did make some gains, but not quite 5%. And in 8th grade reading, not quite 5%, but we are working on that. The other thing I just want to mention is their desired outcomes. I talked about the playbook before and the non-negotiable strategies that teachers had decided themselves that they would commit to. This is our action step here. So by 30 days, by 60 days, by 90 days, we should see these strategies being implemented fluently. Next slide, please. So how will we accomplish our goal? Ms. Yazi already mentioned about our family plan focus. We're going to start that. We're talking about close monitoring and staying the course with our commitments as mentioned before. Support that we need from, I'm sorry, 2 slides now. I'm sorry. Okay, and then 1 more. There you go. Supports we need. It's really focusing on chronic absenteeism. How do we support these families? How do we support our students? You know, we're working on that right now, and we're really appreciative of the district for having Tia Johnson come on board. She's the attendance district leader right now, and she has a lot of great ideas she's been sharing with all the schools. So we recruited her as one of our trainers for the upcoming family workshop. And last but not least, we also really appreciate all the training that the district has been approving and providing for us as well, because that really supports the content knowledge capacity that's needed with our instructional staff. Do you have any questions?
Ms. Asmus, do you have any questions?
Next slide, thank you.
Yes. I'm glad to hear your approach. And then, as it was stated about generation, I think there's some truth to that. However, I think it's a combination of things, not just what's in our schools, but also outside, you know, with COVID happening. I think a lot of that was traumatic to our students, and a lot of them, I've seen data where a lot of them had no hope. And so I really appreciate the mothering, because a lot of them had loss, and I think that that's just only a fraction of what they go through daily. So thank you.
Ms. Montoya, you have a question?
No questions. No questions.
I actually paid a visit to TVA this afternoon. It was an absolute wonderful visit. Went to one of the classrooms and were able to get a presentation of one of the students doing their student-led conference for their parents. It was really nice. The young lady was well-written, well-spoken. And so it seemed like everybody's going to be doing that, which is a nice exercise in communication. And we're fortunate to go down and catch Miss John's science class with their team getting ready to go to the robotics competition. Again, they did a wonderful job. So it was really nice watching them to be engaged in their work. They all seem very passionate about that work. A couple of them were asked if they were interested in coding. And one of the things that I said was, I believe it was the superintendent, he asked about using AI, right, coding. They answered no, we don't. And I said, absolutely, you need to strengthen your brain first before you use that tool. So I just really appreciated that from an educative standpoint of them understanding that they have to utilize that brain and exercise that brain before they use the AI tool. And so I hope, and we wish those young students good luck in their competitions, because it was good. It was really good. So we were impressed with what they did. And I appreciate the holistic angle that you're coming from, Dr. Mike, in respects to how you're attending to our kids, because we did have that conversation about the troubles that a lot of those junior high kids are facing. So I just commend the two of you for doing what you're doing, and it seems as though you are moving in the right direction. So thank you.
And I do want to extend our greatest appreciation for our teachers, because without them being on the bus and doing everything that we're asking, we're asking for a lot. And they have been right behind us, and they've seen the positive growth this past with the data that we just got for MOI, and they are hitting the ground running this semester. And they're really, really focused on hitting that 10% and even blowing it out of the water. That's what we're planning on for EOY.
Very good. Well, the fact that you've established that agency with the educators themselves and taking that ownership could be a very powerful tool as well. So good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to E, Panorama survey to the principals. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Item E, Panorama survey results by Amy Connolly and Michelle Thurb.
Good evening, Board President Montoya. Welcome to the Board, Vice President Montoya, Mr. Carlson, our superintendent, colleagues, and community. We are here to present data on the New Mexico Public Education Department Student Wellbeing and Competency Survey, known as Panorama. Next slide. A little background and purpose. So this survey is formally known as the Youth Forward and Quality of Ed Survey. NMPED has conducted the survey since at least 2008. The New Mexico Administrative Code, it covers 61268, which ensures districts have a plan for measuring the wellness policy. And it also covers 62917, which ensures districts collect student data based on MLSS, which is our multi-layered system of supports. The purpose is to provide an MPED to help support districts in social emotional learning, act on data and plan solutions at the school, classroom, and individual student levels, understand differences among student experiences to proactively create support structures, view and understand cell data alongside academic, behavior, and attendance data to develop interventions that support the whole student. Next slide. Logistics. So all students grades 3 through 12 take this survey. Staff and families opt in for this survey. The survey was given October 6th through October 24th. It was all online. PED provides data inquiry and action planning workshops. A playbook of cell resources. So a playbook is Panorama's professional learning library that connects educators with hundreds of instructional resources and interventions across academics, behavior, life skills to support these students holistically and within the MTSS RTI framework. And then PED also supplies ongoing support. So our response rates, 77% of students completed this survey, 419 family responses were received, and 360 staff and teacher responses. Topics we surveyed: school climate, school safety, sense of belonging, self-management, social awareness, mentorship, staff leadership relationships, feedback and coaching, educating all students, and barriers to engagement. Some examples of the questions for student, school, culture, and safety questions provided were: how often are people disrespectful to others at your school? How positive or negative is the mood at your school? How often do students get into physical fights at your school? How fair are the rules at this school? How likely is that someone from your school will bully you online? How often do you worry about violence at your school? How often do teachers seem excited to be teaching your classes? How well do students follow rules at your school? How clean is the building where you go to school? If a student is bullied in school, how difficult is it for him or her to get help from an adult? Next slide. Okay, here's the results. Grades 3 through 5, we received 526 responses. School climate was 58%. We are 2 percentage points below the state average, and we have decreased by 3 since spring of 2025. School safety, we're at 55%. We have decreased, we are 4 percentage points below the state average and have decreased by 4 from spring of 25. Grades 6 through 12. School safety, 58%. Compared to New Mexico, we are 3 above. We have dropped 2 from our district score in spring of 2025. School climate for grades 6 through 12, 41%, which we are 1 point above the state average, and this is our greatest increase of 5 from spring of 2025. Our next section, student sense of belonging, self-management, social awareness. Students received questions like the following. During the past 2 weeks, how often do you allow others to speak without interrupting them? How often did you come to class prepared? How often did you pay attention in class? How carefully did you listen to other people's opinions? How much do you care about other people's feelings? How often do you compliment others? When others did not agree with you, how respectful were you of their opinions? And I will let Michelle take over slide 9.
Good evening, President Montoya, Vice President Montoya, Board Member Aspis, and all colleagues, and Superintendent Carlson. So whenever we get into some of these areas for the students and then the teachers and the families, you'll see a couple of interesting points, and I'll point those out as we go through the results. For sense of belonging, we were at 56% in the fall. That's down 7 from the state and down 2 from our spring results. For self-management, we were at 54%, down below 13% from the state, and then down 6% from spring. For social awareness, we're at 53%. That's less than 10% of the state, and you don't see a change from spring 20 of 25 because this set of questions in this survey were not available previously. So this was a new survey. Next slide, please. For grades 6 through 12, for self-management, we were at 66%, down 4% below the state, and we had no change from spring 2025. Again, social awareness was the new survey, so in fall we were at 52% and 5% below the state. For sense of belonging, we were at 45%. That was 1% less than the state, but this was one of the areas that we had some of our greatest increase from spring 2025. Next slide. For the staff and teacher questions, some of the questions involved questions such as, on most days, how enthusiastic are students about being at school? When new initiatives to improve teaching are presented at your school, how supportive are your colleagues? How optimistic are you that your school will improve in the future? How supportive are the students in their interactions with each other? To what extent are teachers trusted to teach in the way they think is best? How positive are the attitudes of your colleagues? How often do you receive feedback on your teaching? Next slide. And the results of our staff, concerning staff leadership relationships, we were at 67%, 4% below the state. Again, no result compared to spring 2025. It was a new set of questions for a survey. The school climate, we were at 58%, 2% below the state with no change from spring 2025. And then feedback and coaching, we were at 54%, and this was 4% above the state average. For our teachers, when it came to mentorship, we were, we were at 76%, and it's on all of our teacher surveys, as you can see, that we were above the state average in all those areas. So for mentorship, we were above the state average by 9%, no comparison to 2025. Educating all students, we were at 75% favorability, 3% above the state, and that we had an increase of 3% over 2025, spring 2025. Staff leadership relationships, 74%. We were above the state 4%. School climate, we were at 66%, 7% above the state average. This was also another area of increase for our district with an 8% increase. And then feedback and coaching, we were at 63%, and we were 12% above the state average. Next slide. The last area were the family surveys. Some of the family questions included, to what extent do you think that children enjoy going to your child's school? How motivating are the classroom lessons at your child's school? How fair or unfair is the school's system of evaluating children? How much does the school value the diversity of children's backgrounds? How big of a problem is the following issue for becoming involved in your child's current school, such as childcare or transportation-related challenges? Next slide. And the survey results reflected that barriers to engagement, we were at 72%, and we were below 8% from the state, but we had a 1% increase above our spring 2025. For school climate, we were at 66%. We were 1% above the state and 5% above our spring 2025. And then school safety, we were at 63%. We were below the state by 8 percentage points, but again, we had an increase of 5% for our district in favorability. And we stand for questions.
Ms. Aspis, do you have any questions?
What school is this?
These are our district results.
Yeah. I did have a question, but I forgot. Come back to me.
Okay, Ms. Montoya.
So after collecting these data, these data sets, what initiatives are implemented in order to increase these scores?
So, Peter, I'll let you answer that.
That's a great question. So when the principals were presenting earlier, remember they talked about 90-day plans. Some of them also talked about attendance improvement plans. These are indicators that they use since we get percentages and we can see growth. They use this data as an indicator that what they're doing is working. So each of the schools have attendance plans. So the data that they pick, this is embedded in their plans.
They also use those playback resources, so there's hundreds of suggestions for teachers to use, and they're specifically tied to, you know, which area they need improvement on.
Can I add one more thing? Yes. I literally just texted our principals because there's one indicator that really stands out to me, and this is teachers receive feedback. 63% said they do, which was 12% above the state average. That's a commitment that we've had for teachers providing feedback that they'll go and do a walkthrough in a classroom. And you heard the principals talk about that, where they go in and watch a teacher teach. They'll take notes about what they're doing in the classroom, and then they sit down and have a conversation about what they did well, like praise them. They'll ask them questions about what they can do to improve, and then they create an action step. And then if a new teacher needs support, they will model what it is they're looking for, and then they'll come back and follow up to watch them do it. So one of the focuses that we have, and I'm really glad to see that was that high, because we've really been working on providing support to teachers and growing teachers. Thank you.
Can you go through the last 5 slides?
The family slides, ma'am? Can you go to the next slide?
Yes, please.
Can you go to the next slide? Next. Next. One more. Yes. Do you want me to read them again?
Go back one slide, please. I'm sorry. Okay, on how how fair or unfair is the school system of evaluating children? How did you come out on that?
I would have to drill down into the reports to isolate that one particular question, and I'm more than happy to do that. If I could have a few moments and get back with you on that.
Okay, when you just go ahead and send that to me,
okay,
or to the board, and I just want to say too that we can have all these positive curriculums, positive assessments, things like that going on, but I think it's what is most valuable is just that how you greet a student in the morning, and to make them feel, you know, supported. I don't know, some people use supported, but I just think, you know, that as children, you know, they see a smile on an adult's face, you know, that's more welcoming than a frown. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Ms. Aspis, that's a really good point. Having reviewed school attendance plans for Tier 1 support for students, several schools said that greeting families and greeting students at the door daily, that's one of the things, one of the strategies they are going to do. So I'm glad you recognize that, because our principals and teachers do recognize that as well. Thank you.
So I will add that looking at these numbers, I'm going to skip over the family one first. But the teacher responses and the increases, it's telling me we're really moving into that positive direction as a district. And I've said this numerous times sitting up here and pointing to the board that it's our responsibility to set that tone and environment for the superintendent, and that he, again, has his staff and administration and the principals hopefully create and develop that environment that is conducive to learning and accepting. To Ms. Aspis' point, especially with the kids, their day starts with the bus driver who's greeting them with a smile and who leaves them with a smile at the end of the day. And it's imperative upon us as a board, the superintendent with his staff, to continue that and really develop that place where these kids want to be. And so I'm happy to see that those numbers shot up the way that they did in that one section. And you know, the only thing to me would be the question about barriers to engagement. Is that from school to parents, parents to school? Could give me a better breakdown of what that means? It's under family.
I can drill down into it.
So whenever it's talking about barriers, it's looking at those factors that are creating challenges for families to interact with their schools.
Okay. So 72% are seeing a challenge. Is that how I read that?
Actually, no.
Oh, it's the opposite.
It's actually the opposite.
Oh, okay. So 72% find it a little easier then.
Yes. So sometimes with these questions, you really do have to make sure that whenever you're reading the question and the individual question itself, what the question is asking, to see where that favorability is. So in all reality, that 72% would be a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so it's a positive.
No, but isn't that a direct correlation, that 28% that doesn't show that? It's kind of a reflection to some challenges that they have.
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And whenever you go into that particular area and you look at those different questions, then that's where that's where the schools are going in there and they're looking, okay, maybe this is one of our biggest areas that, you know, challenges that our parents are having. And so they can come in and start working on some action plans.
All right, well, I appreciate it again. Like I said, I'm just really happy to see that one under the teachers, and hopefully, again, we're creating that environment that is conducive for them to be here and to teach these kids with happy staff, happy kids, increased education. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
On to item F, update on Newcomb Elementary and Newcomb Middle School construction by Mr. Rodney Armenta.
Good evening, Board President Montoya, Vice President Montoya, Secretary Aspis, Superintendent Carlson, my colleagues that are here, the public that's online. I have just a few handouts for you. They're actually uploaded into the board docs as well, so you can have them. So I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I do realize the extent of this project and what this means to this school district, and I don't take this this lightly on this project. It's a big project. I'm going to give an update on the Newcomb Elementary School, the replacement. I do have a timeline that I did hand out to you, where in December, actually in 2021, the concept and the idea of building the Newcomb Elementary School came to light. The official start date of the project was in 2022, and so as the progress started moving forward, there was a contract award date, and then we did the surveys of the site with the master plan of all the utilities and everything. That was all started in 2022. Next slide, please. So the planning and design, as it says here, went almost a year, a little over a year, close to a year and a half of the design of Newcomb Elementary School. They started the design in March of 2022 and was completed in October of 2023. The construction documents that go along once the design was completed, the construction documents started right after that, and they were not 100% complete until 2024. April of 2024, we had 100% completion, which meant that the documents were approved, the facility design, the facility site, and everything was approved in April of 2024 as far as the site, the build. So the next slide I just put here for reference to see the plan, the plan and the overlay. So if you look at your handout that has the 5 areas that are located on the overview of the Google Earth map, initially, the site that was picked is site number 1. There were 5 options that were given to the board as where the school could be built. And it wasn't in design, it wasn't 1, 2, 3, and 4 in any certain order, but number 1 is the site that was picked. So if you look at the handout I gave you from the engineering, and Ms. Ray, I know you have those documents uploaded. It is the site plan overall. If you could bring that up, please, so that those online can see it. So I sent the PDFs, and it shows the design of how the school's going to lay out in section 1 of the site that was picked. So if you look at the, it's a very small picture, but it's on the screen now. Thank you, Ms. Ray. So that is the design of how the school is going to lay in accordance to Skyhawk Loop, to where the old existing elementary school is, where we have the some of the housing that's to be demoed, the actual parking lot, the bus loop. You see where the fenced kindergarten and the sped play area. You see the dash line indicates the fire access road. So there were lots of design that went into where this school is going to sit. So that is the footprint of the school as it's going to sit in reference to Skyhawk Loop. So Ms. Ray, if you can go to the next slide, please. So in my presentation, we'll get back to the slides. There we go. We'll go to the next slide, please. There we go. So prior to issuing an RFP to actually start construction of the new elementary school, we were aware that the Tribal Utility Authority, NTUA, was to retire the overhead lines that sit in the footprint of where the new facility is going to be built. The records that I seen was that NTUA was going to originally take that power and run it underground, but it was too much. They could not do it. So now it's going to be overhead. So the overhead lines to be relocated, that needs to be readdressed between the school district and NTUA to have them power lines abandoned and relocated. Because our design was already at 100%, our architect had to make an architectural change to be approved to jog the fence to accept one of the poles that NTUA was going to have to install for the overhead line removal and replacement. That has already been paid for by the district. That architectural change has been submitted and it is already approved. So we're that part is done. The next part is to get back with NTUA and to find when they can schedule to get the power lines relocated. Currently not completed, but it is in a review process with my department and moving forward with the engineers from NTUA to get that power line moved. So that would be the next step. If you can go to the next slide, please, Ms. Ray. So the current status is I am in contact with the architect that designed the school, with the team that was available at that time, that met with the people that were there from the community, the school. It was a big team. Our architect is still part with the company, with the drawings and with all the information for the school. What we're doing right now is we're requesting for a new site survey because we reviewed the land leases and there were some issues that had come up, but we are firmly believe that the leases are in place. We just want to make sure that we have a proper and a current site survey, that it is a true tract of land and that it closes, and we will make sure and get that done and get that scheduled. One thing that has happened since the school design has been approved is that there was a 2024 New Mexico Energy Code. It was a change, and it's going to affect the building of the new school. So the school district will have to incur some cost to get a company to go in to make sure that our building meets the 2024 Energy Code. I did download it. It is on the board docs for your reference. It talks about the building envelope and having an air gap to make sure that the building is efficient and that it goes into the HVAC, the insulation. So we are going to have to get a contractor to make sure that what we are going to do to build that building, it meets that code. So it will require a new design for that part of it, which will go in with what we already have. And it's going to require approval from the CID, from the Construction Industries Division. So we've got to make sure that the performance upgrades meets that. It's going to actually, and actually our permits that we had that were part of the original build, the permits did expire, so we will have to apply for new permits. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So I'm gonna kind of pause on the Newcomb L because there are some hurdles that we need to address. The one with for sure being the code change, and we are prepared to do that. We know what we need to do on that, and it's not gonna stop the build, but it is gonna hinder us. It's gonna delay us a little bit longer, but we will make sure and get that done. We have to. There's no way around it. We've got to make sure that it's done. The property and the lease, the associated with the survey, with the topo and the utility surveys, all that is already in place. I just want to make sure that we get that signed off by the architect, or excuse me, by the surveying company that was there when they did the original survey. I just want them to make sure and sign off on a current survey. Making sure that the boundaries and the entire Newcomb school site is in that boundary. Making sure that the agreement between NTUA and CCSD is up to date with the removal of the electrical lines and getting a new MOU written and getting that between NTUA and CCSD. Because I'm sure the one from 2024 is no longer valid. Also, just meeting with the NTUA team to make sure and get a firm date on when they can relocate the power lines and get that in writing. So I just am afraid that for sure with the code change, the impact of the design, but our design team is aware of it and is willing to make those changes. And as long as we have the right contractor to do that, we'll be okay moving forward with the build. So on to the Newcomb High School, Middle School, which was phase one of the Newcomb Elementary. The way that it was set up originally was in phases. Phase one was going to be the Newcomb Elementary School. Phase two was going to be the Newcomb High School, Middle School combination. I don't have a lot of information on this. I'm going back through the records, but from what our new representative told me from PSFA, that is now the regional manager over this whole phase one, phase two, and phase three, is that the previous director was willing to tackle this at one time and have a construction team there, put out one RFP and have it done at one time. It's a huge task, but it's doable. You have the team mobilized one time, and so it's something that him and I are discussing, but that's whether or not at the point right now, we don't even have this approved or funded, where the Newcomb Middle School, or excuse me, the Newcomb Elementary, we're already designed, we're completed. We haven't even got an architect to design the middle school concept yet. So that's something we need to discuss, and that's something we need to do moving forward to make sure that if we're gonna put an RFP out, and we'll just do the Newcomb Middle School, High School combo on its own, separate from the Newcomb Elementary School update, which I'm leaning more towards. It would be, it's such a grand project on its own with just the elementary school, and then do the high school, middle school as a separate, it'll still be phase two, but with a different RFP. The construction update, I did speak with the PSFA regional manager. He's very aware. He's been with them a long time. He didn't work on this project specifically, but he has all the notes and he has all the information. No plans have been presented for approval to the state, and we have not approached PSCOC or anybody for funding. So we'll make sure that the phase two of the high school, middle school, it will not be long after the elementary school. Phase three of this whole project is the teacher housing. There was a side note on the information I found that teacher housing was tied into the Newcomb High School, Middle School combination, but as a phase three, and that's the only notes that were attached to that. So I did, our contracted architect did send me the meeting notes and minutes of 100, well, there was 37 meetings for the design, the concept, everything that went into the elementary school. I have all the meetings, all the meeting notes, which I just have been compiling my information. I just received those. So we do have the information for moving forward with the Newcomb Elementary School. I did highlight some of the points of where we're at now in what the stall was. I know there was a lot of things that were discussed prior to 2020, from 2022 to 2024, as far as the school itself and the design. But what I can tell you is that the school is 100% designed. Moving forward, now meeting with PSFA, with as much time that has passed, it could be a double-edged, where it's either going to help us or hurt us on our match. And we will know that once we have our paperwork together. Mr. Carlson and I will take that and present it to the state, and then look to get this project funded and approved for shovels in the ground. Next slide, please. So that is the end of the presentation. Thank you, and I stand for questions.
Ms. Aspis, any questions?
Yes, when you talked about the energy, is that still including the EV hookup?
Yes, I do have it up here in front of me, and Ms. Ray, I believe I did send it to you. It's the New Mexico. They adopted the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code, the IECC, and the ASHRAE 90.1-2019 for commercial building, focusing on increased energy efficiency and EV infrastructure. Key changes include mandatory EV charger installations, 5% at 5% of the spaces, and electrical infrastructure capacity of 5 to 15% of spaces to improve sustainability and reduce operational costs. Also tied to that is the energy efficiency, the EV readiness, code adoption, and refrigerant changes. Permitting, on the permitting side, projects must comply with the updated 2021 codes with strict adherence to what's required for new permits. So that's what changed. Yep. So yes, Ms. Aspis, to answer your question, it does include the EV infrastructure.
So with the past discussions on this, we talked about the upgrade of the substation, and that was the real big hold according to NTUA, and that it wasn't sized right as far as a new school and just the new school design. It wasn't going to be adequate. And now we're adding the EV. Has this been brought to NTUA's attention too, in order to have a transformer that's sized for all of that?
That is a very, very good point, Ms. Aspis, and I will make a note. I do have the meeting notes from the past discussions. I will have to dig them out, and I could email it to the board as to what was discussed with that transformer prior. If you all don't, I'm sure I know I have it within the meeting minutes that's been given to me, and I will take that and with this new adoption. But once we get the contractor on board to go and redesign for the energy code, because it's not just the EV hookups, you're right on that, but it's talking about the building envelope and including better insulation, better lighting and a better HVAC systems. It's actually also talking about a lot of the things that's going to reduce the air pollution to help and stuff to help lower energy costs in that and going with the units that require the low GWP refrigerants. So there's a lot that is involved that mainly the EV would affect the power, but I know that there was an issue with the undersized transformer. So I'll make sure and get that addressed and get that to NTUA very, very quickly. But that is a great question.
Yes. And also, during those past discussions, did ask Ms. Chappelle about looking into a waiver of that, and then if we are to have the EV, are we going to charge for it? Because then I'm sure it's not going to be free. And then on top of that, I don't know if Ms. Chappelle went as far as asking about funding more of a match than, because we found that higher school districts, such as Los Alamos and other places in New Mexico, had their buildings paid for.
Board President, would you like me to respond?
Yes, please.
So one of the great benefits of the refinancing and the bond that the district authorized with former Director Satenya puts us in a much better position to get a waiver. And so now that we have that in place, I have discussed with Mr. Armenta moving forward on that waiver. So yes, ma'am, that is the next step.
If I may, that was actually part of my question, and I'm glad Ms. Aspis made reference to that, because I was going to ask you, or the superintendent. And Ms. Chappelle, you're correct, because that does open us up to certainly a large amount of additional funding from the state, and possibly, knock on wood, get one of the buildings paid for. So I think that's one of the avenues, certainly, with respects to the entirety of the project, to ensure that we try to lock ourselves in for that because of where we are financially and the steps that we took to put ourselves in that position.
I really, really appreciate that, and I do appreciate Ms. Aspis bringing that up, and Ms. Chappelle for joining in. Her and I, Ms. Chappelle and I have discussed a lot of what was, the previous design, the whole concept of what was going on with the square footage and everything. I've looked at these drawings, I've looked at the build, I've looked at the building. I know that at the time we were talking like a 60-40 split. And I know that in PSFA, they weren't throwing around I know that the word adequacy and all that stuff did come up in our conversations. But after my conversations with the architect, the way the building was designed and the way they did it in bid lots was that you could build the building at the original 29,538 square feet. And then if we wanted to, then the district would incur the cost to add on from there 6 classrooms or whatever. There were bid lots, and we would get that would be something that we would need to relook at once we take the design of this building to the engineers that will do the energy efficiency engineers that will build that into the new design of the school. And once we get that, then we would have to talk to PSFA, re-talk to the state, and renegotiate for funding. And I think that'd be a great time to present that.
Yeah, absolutely, because again, since we've opened ourselves up to that opportunity with the refinancing to put us in that position to be able to do that, and that was one of the main reasons why.
Another thing that we looked at in wanting to look at, because it has been a while, is re-looking at some of the, I know that we had the soil, we had all the testing of all the different soils and everything. We want to make sure that all that still, because the foundation, I don't know how much of all this stuff will change on what they had originally designed in the foundation of the school. So they were talking about added weight, soil density, and the changes, and we were looking at maybe having to relook at getting the soil retested.
Well, absolutely, because that's why you have some of the problems you have down there now with the movement down those facilities, because again, piers weren't built deep enough to stabilize those foundations in those buildings.
That's great, and I seen it firsthand. We just went and walked Skyhawk Gym with a contractor because of I know that the district years ago had paid to have it all the sidewalks redone. It's heaved back up, the doors won't even open. We're gonna have to go back in there and that's how much it's shifting. So we're gonna reevaluate, and the engineers and the architect are all aware, and we wanna relook at what the engineer said about the soils and the soil samplings to make sure that, we're moving forward. PSFA, I spent a good portion of the time on the phone with them, and our new regional manager from PSA is really, really helpful. He's really knowledgeable. He's been with them a long time, and he's really working. So I want to make sure that our new team that's going to take this project and move it forward, that the hurdles that we have faced from 2022 to 2025, and there was a lot of things that happened in 2024, but that's not going to halt us moving forward. There's lots of people out there that are involved in this, and we got a team that want to see this moving forward. This is a big project, and it's going to take a great team to do it. So I'm looking forward to it. I know it's a big undertaking, but just looking at the drawings and seeing what the architect sent me, it has really just motivated me to see, and I know when I go down there to Newcomb, how much that school is needed. So, and being a part of the maintenance and taking care of the old school.
Okay. Questions?
With the
I have
surveys,
another question.
with the surveys, permits.
Ms. Aspis, Ms. Montoya has a question. Then after you can ask.
With the surveys, the permits, and then also working with NTUA, do we have a projected breakground date on a best case scenario and a worst case scenario?
I hate to even project that. Looking at the handout that I gave you, if you look at the projected timeline that I had given originally, we should be well into the permitting and the construction should have started back in 2023. So it's really like now we know what we need to do as far as the changes with the code. We can get that in, we can get them in there, we can get that into the design, get that approved. I think that part of it will move pretty quick. Getting the survey, getting that, making sure that all of those, because PSFA is not gonna build it without us having the lease in place, which we know, but we are beyond that. We know that the main thing is the survey, to make sure that we have a survey, which we can get that done. I have the name of the company that did it prior, and we have a lot of the companies that are on, like for our balancing and all them that were tied to an original PO, we already have those projects started in our department. They just have rolled. They rolled from 23, they rolled to 24. So we've been rolling them projects. Now it's like, okay, we're ready to move forward. So we are this far into the school year, but looking at, I know when we were looking at to have the pre-construction meetings, I would love to say that, if we could get this in a year to get everything done and be shovel ready by the summer of, the following year, that would be my take. So I know we got a lot to do, but in the 4 phases of building this big, in this, you know, a new school of this magnitude, in the 4 phases, we're 50% there. Like we've done the design part of it and all of that we're done with that. Now we're at the second half of the 50%, which is just to get these few things done, make sure that all these are, and then from that point, we will assemble, we'll be ready for an RFP. We'll be ready to put this out to bid. And we've already have companies that are ready and have already said that they're ready to bid on this project. Okay.
Ms. Aspis, you had a question?
Yes, I did. First of all, I wanted to say that, you know, I know it looks, you kind of laughed there when asked about when it's shovel ready. Yeah, there's a lot of things that factor in, and I think the one area that I think is going to help is the fact that, you know, with the you know, the president being there, and to me it sounds like more involved. I think with the I think that's a big plus. And but my other is also, you know, again back to the EV. We need more discussion or more about that when that goes in, if the people have to pay or the school's going to give out, or, you know, there's going to be no cost, it's going to be free. And if that's the case, then they better consider teacher housing utilities as, you know, being free also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aspis. And just to add a little bit, just backstory, because when looking at this project and looking at the stuff that, reading through what I had seen and some of the changes and the stuff that has happened in this project, there were 3 MOUs that kept changing throughout the design concept, and there was a lot of changes. The language was changed. So now that all that has been decided, and we know what the code is, we know that we're really not, you know, we know what we have to do. We know what the square footage of the facility is. We know what the layout is. The design of the spaces has been already, all that tough work, the kitchens, the playgrounds, the parking, the bus routes, the fire routes, the lines for all the gas, the water, the utility, the IT, the drops, everything has been designed. We're there. We know what we need to do moving forward, and it's just getting the right people that I feel, the right team with the state, with their help, and because they're going to help guide this project, because it's their project too. And he is willing, and with what I feel and with our team and our leadership, I feel that this project, we're in a good position. And I think once we go to renegotiate and look at that, I hope that you know the district's best interest that it works out best for us. So
very good. Well, I appreciate the update.
Yep. Thank you all. I've been expecting.
Make sure to stay in contact with Superintendent Ms. Chappelle regarding that refinancing additional funding that the state has said that we qualify for. So that's going to be important too.
I sure will. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much. On to item G. And this one is really just a introduction to what we're going to be presenting next month. And it's kind of an opportunity that myself and board member Aspis were talking to Brian Colon, who's a lawyer that used to be the state auditor. And he was talking to us about social media. And so we're going to invite him to do a presentation next month. He's willing to come down, I believe, and do a presentation for the school district. And this ties directly into what just recently happened or is going on in Los Angeles. I'm not going to get too much into it other than just a slight introduction. This is from NBC News. Landmark trail accusing social media companies of addicting children to their platforms. And that started off a couple of days ago. And that's kind of where bringing in Mr. Colon to explain that to the school district as maybe a consideration for the board or something to think about in the near future if we so decide. But that would be a determination. I'd certainly like him to come up and do a presentation for this. So that's really what that was about, because I didn't have him coming up until next month. He had some other obligations. So with that, we could move on to reports and possible board action, a legislative update and possible board action on the board's positions of key bills and possible letters of support or concern depending on the board's decision of pending legislation. Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, sir. Good evening, board members, staff, and community members. Couple just key updates right away. Senate Bill 18, which is the Clean Horizons bill, I had some concerns with it from a revenue standpoint. That has failed to pass the Senate. I'm sorry, so that is definitely dead. So just starting at the top and following the reporting from the School Board Association. So Senate Bill 19, the school finance unit value being reset, that has already been signed by the governor. And that is the bill that is part of the fix to deal with the cost overruns associated with virtual learning. Then the companion bill to that is House Bill 253. That has gone through some extensive changes, and it is on the agenda to be discussed tomorrow in House Education. The changes have made the bill much more neutral with respect to us. I think it does have some impact on school districts that were involved in the virtual learning issues, like Gallup and 2 other school districts. We have had a couple different folks take a look at the new committee sub and amendments. The financial director for Zuni, I think he's close to retiring now. We had a conversation with him, and he believes the bill to be pretty neutral for our school districts. So we're going to watch that one closely to make sure that nothing gets in there that could have an impact on our school district. And by the way, board members, if you have a question on a specific bill, please stop me and we can go through any questions you have by bill. Any questions so far?
Any questions from the board?
Yes. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms.
Ms. Chappelle.
Yes, ma'am.
This last you talked about is was it 45 million in total or 4 to 5 million?
40, I believe. 40 to 45, 45 million. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what the state is taking back, right?
Right, so Senate Bill 19 and House Bill 253 are companion bills, and they are they're trying to address that situation so that the rest of the school districts aren't harmed by what happened there.
Okay, how did they determine for us not to be on there?
We don't have.
I hear.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me let you finish your question. I apologize.
Well, I just hear Gallup was on there amongst others, and we weren't a part of that. So
yes, ma'am.
How did we end up not being?
We don't have an actual virtual learning school, and superintendent can talk to this with more detail. And so the cost overruns associated with the way that Gallup and those two other districts, I guess, structured and paid for the virtual learning school that they have, that's what got the state in trouble from a $40 million price tag. And so our school district doesn't do the same thing. I'll turn it over to Steve to answer what we do. We do it more on an individualized student basis for what they need. Superintendent?
Sure. The only virtual schooling that we have now, I believe we have perhaps 15 students. I could check the email to see the exact number, but we do it on a case-by-case basis when other avenues are exhausted. So we have some students, I don't know, Amy probably is in the know a little bit as well. She can tell me if I'm close with that number, but yeah, it's about that. It's usually in situations where perhaps we might have some students with some severe special needs who are not able to accommodate them for various reasons. They might be going home. We might have some students who are in an alternative environment because other avenues have also been exhausted. But it's not something we typically offer to all of our students. That's why we're not in the kind of situation that Gallup and the other two districts were in.
Right, and the biggest issue there was because they were offering a virtual school, board secretary asked us, the issue there is that they were in this isn't completely the best way to say it, but it's kind of a complicated issue, but essentially there was some double counting of the MEM value for the SEG. And so they essentially took back more than they should have in the SEG equalization formula.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ready to move on?
Yes, please.
Okay. House Bill 100 is STEM Innovation Network funding. It makes a $3 million appropriation to PED for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics Innovation Network. That has passed the House Education. It's now moving to House Appropriations. These kinds of bills typically get rolled into House Bill 2, and I think this one will get rolled into House Bill 2 as well. Any questions on that one?
No questions.
All right, House Bill 185. This is one of the more controversial education bills this session. This is the secretary and local school board member bill that would give PED, the secretary of PED, the ability to take remedial action if a board member is willfully failing to perform a duty required by a law that the secretary is charged with enforcing. So this one has passed House Education, and it has now moved to, this is a really long committee names. Let me just find that real fast. House Government Elections and Indian Affairs Committee. I haven't heard a whole lot about this bill, so it's, I think, in MSBA, for example, my understanding, right, Steve, is that they are opposed to this bill.
That's correct.
Yep. And one thing that I note that Mr. Guillen put in this analysis is that he said, although we showed strong opposition, the committee voted to approve it 7-5 for House Education. So we'll need to to watch that one. This is one I would like our board to give us some direction on in terms of how you want us to proceed, whether we oppose, support, or are neutral. Board President, we can do that now or come back at the end for those.
Ms. Aspis, did you have a comment?
Yes. I think we need to state the board, whether it's all 5 unanimous or a majority. I'm opposed to it, and especially when they use terms as local control, and then what is willfully? They don't define that. That's just up to the ped secretary, or they already have ethics. I don't know.
Board member asked us, willfully means it can't be a mistake, like it's intentional. So that's a pretty high threshold to meet. They would have to prove that a particular board member was violating the rule or law on purpose, not just as a mistake.
Yeah, I want them to define it.
Oh, gotcha. From a legal case law statutory context, that would be the test for willful. Board President, are we gonna
I think with.
do it at the end or now? Yes, sir, sorry.
We can certainly submit a statement in respects to what Ms. Aspis has said, the majority of the board, because of the composition at this point in time. With respects to opposing it, and especially overstepping the will of the people and letting them decide. And I think that's some of the concerns that I've heard when we were in Santa Fe with that. But I guess if we could put something together that would speak to that would suffice.
Board President, we do have this under board action, so do you want to take a vote on that, or?
Yeah, we can. Again, there's 3 of us who have a quorum. Ms. Aspis?
I have another comment. Hello.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. We're here.
To do, say this happens, does occur, and then what, there's nothing saying that, how do you fix that empty seat?
Oh, it
And
would be
all-
treated, I apologize. Sorry.
Yeah, and how that, if there's costs, it goes back to the district. There's a lot of things that, if it should happen, that, how do you address that empty seat?
So I'm gonna actually pull the language of the bill up. But right, what it says is it suspends them, it doesn't remove them. So let me just pull that section up. Okay. Pulled the wrong bill up, sorry about that. All right, so all right, so based on the language of the bill, what happens if a board member is suspended is that the seat is left vacant, and it allows the secretary or secretary's designee of PED to assume the duties of the member's office only in if needed to break a tie vote or deadlock in the approval of the budget. So essentially, if this happened and a board member was suspended, then you would be down one board member in meetings until he was reinstated. The bill does not terminate or remove a board member, though it just suspends them. And then they're given time to correct whatever the issue was, and then they're reinstated.
Reinstated by the board or the PED?
PED, right? So they would have to prove that they have complied with whatever PED's remedial action was, and then once that happens, then they would be, they would resume their duties as a board member.
So it's looked more as a corrective action.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So go stand in the corner.
What was that? I apologize, I didn't hear you.
I said, so go stand in the corner.
Exactly. Yep. So what is your pleasure, board, on how we deal with House Bill 185?
So it's not a matter of removal, looks more of a corrective action that's being presented by the Secretary of Education or the PED. If a violation of some sort was enacted by a board member, they would be stood in the corner.
Yes.
Until said violation has been rectified, and if not, then what?
Then, okay, so based on what I just reviewed, if a board member is shown to have willfully failed to perform their duties as required by law, Cabinet Secretary of PED would then step in and give them a remedial plan or action. It's only if they fail to comply with that remedial action that they are then suspended. It allows for hearing, and it allows for reinstatement pursuant to a hearing and after they've complied with the remedial action.
Superintendent asked a good question. Then what?
Then they're reinstated. So it's I think I like the description you gave the best, Board President. It's disciplinary, I guess.
Still ambiguous.
So when
I
So
would
when
say,
they're
I would say just on its face, Ms. Chappelle, that because of the ambiguity of their own language, that they can't figure out what the hell they want to do either. And I see Ms. Aspas's point where you talk about ethics violations. It's one thing if an individual a board member gets arrested for murder, that's pretty clear cut and dry. But when you're talking about some of the violations, other violations, it's not clear as to who, what, and how. And I would say just because it's unclear, because there's no clear direction. I mean, just again, her point of, Ms. Aspis' point of go stand in the corner till we figure out what we're gonna do with you. I mean, it's not very good guidance.
Right.
Certainly not good legislation.
No.
Okay, so, I mean, just stand to reason to say that we do not support the passage of this legislation because of its ambiguity and how they deal with the school board members' issue that may have some sort of legal violation.
All right, and do you want to take a vote on that just so we're official, or do you just want to do a kind of a less formal on that?
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
So, do other committees have this type of disciplinary?
No. I have not seen any other board type situation that has this type of mechanism.
Like PRC, if they get out of hand, do they have?
Yeah, they would answer directly to the governor, the PRC board members and commissioners, and she can remove them. She has the discretion to remove them.
And then, you know, if no other committee, then I would think that's and I would think ethics would be mad that somebody's taking their job. Redundancy.
That's a good point.
All right, board members, so what I'm hearing you all say is that we oppose this bill, correct?
Yes. Because of lack of clarity and its ambiguity in the way it is written and the lack of direction.
Okay. Can I have one more board member say it so we have a quorum saying it?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. One.
Yes.
Miss Aspis, are you in agreement with that?
Not with the bill.
No. What we stated as far as the justification for opposing.
Yes, and I do want to say too that, like I read one of the politicians' remark about the gun bill that was going, and how he stated that we can it can pass, but we're gonna fight it in court or in a higher court. Or so to me, I feel like this is one of those that you know, again, I go back to local control. That even goes for our constituents. That's the whole point of election.
So there is board action on this. And again, I'm just going to ask for a motion to oppose the bill on its face. And then, Ms. Chappelle, you can put the verbiage together.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do I have a motion?
A second.
I need a motion first.
Oh, I make a motion.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Go to roll call. Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Ms. Montoya?
Yes.
Myself, yes. That's three. You have your directive, Ms. Chappelle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Vice President Montoya, don't worry, in a month, you're gonna have all of this in your, down in your sleep.
Thank you.
All right, so the next one is Senate Bill 37. High Quality Literacy Instruction Act. This has already passed the Senate, and it has passed through all of the House committees, and its next stop is the House floor. It provides standards for literacy instructional materials, requires public schools to provide literacy assessments to students in kindergarten through third grade, and interventions for student identified as having reading difficulty. It also requires the PED to assign literacy instructional coaches to certain public schools. So this one has a lot of steam behind it. Prediction is this passes pretty easily and signed by the governor. Any questions on that one?
Superintendent, are you in agreement with that? He's nodding his head yes. Yeah, if the superintendent's okay with that in respects to his administration and the principal staffing, then I don't see why we should try to push back on that.
Could I get a layman's definition on this?
Yes, essentially they are putting more program and I guess priority on literacy and making sure that we are improving our reading scores and proficiency for students. As you can see, it's kindergarten through third grade, and they want to make sure that by third grade students are proficient in literacy because it's very difficult after third grade to catch up on that. And I move the floor over to Superintendent Carlson for more detail on that.
Well, the only thing I'd worry about, I want to make sure there's nothing further in there about Mr. Montoya's least favorite training, the letters training.
Thank you.
I believe that's already been addressed, so I think it's just kind of furthering along that path that we've been on as far as structured literacy improvements made. So I think that's the most important thing that they're trying to do with the bill. Other than that, I think that's about what folks would need to know.
All right, thank you.
Yes. And all of these so far, these are all ones that we've been supporting.
I do have a question about
Yes,
one, Ms. Chappelle.
Yes, sir.
The Secretary of Education, the one that they were looking at for utilizing an educational commission to appoint superintendent of schools for the state. Was that still a viable bill?
Oh, no, that died.
Okay.
I have that on my list, but it's gone. It's died.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it didn't make it out of the first committee. Chairman of House Education sold his bill. It didn't make it out of his own committee. So.
We good?
Not popular. Yes, sir. Ready to move on.
Go ahead.
All right, Senate Bill 23. You'll remember a version of this from last session. This is exceptions to student use of phones during school. This bill, as you remember from last year, it prohibited students from using phones during instructional time and then had certain exceptions for when students could use it. This bill essentially takes all of that away and specifies that kids cannot use their phones, students cannot use their phones during school hours at all, and also removes all of the exceptions from last year. So this bill has passed Senate Education. It's moving now to Senate Judiciary. And I would imagine the reason it's going to Senate Judiciary is because they're going to want to make sure that the bill is illegal in terms of completely prohibiting students from using their phones in school. I would like to actually get some guidance from you all on this one. if possible.
So that's limiting the use of the phones and taking away the exceptions, correct? Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, sir. Completely limiting. So not even outside of class time. One question I have is, would that extend to, practice, sport events, travel to sport events? I could see some problems with that. So that's why I want some feedback from you all, because it may go too far.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, is if it doesn't address those school events, as says school, one can assume the event as well, or on school travel and anything pertaining to the education, that somebody could utilize that and say you absolutely can't use it.
Right. It also, no ability to use your phone during an emergency or medical reasons.
I know we had that discussion about that last year, and I know there were those reasonable exceptions for use, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what our position was at the board, correct, Superintendent?
Yes, that's a great point, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I'm imagining that Ms. Aspis at this point would say something about local control, because this is taking away what the board spent a lot of time deciding last year.
Ms. Aspis, do you have any comments?
Yes, from the start, I was against this because just the fact that the safety, we talk about school shooting and things like that, and God forbid something like that does occur. But the first ones that would call or anything are noticed as our students. And so to go even further, especially with students with disabilities, or I just don't agree with it at all.
Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, sir.
I think the guidance on this one is if we certainly speak to what we decided as a board with those exceptions, and state that CCSD as a school board opposes that bill because of the board's latitude, I guess, local control to be able to decide its use and purpose and intent of the phones, and that we have decided what we feel is best for our community and our students, something to that effect.
Right.
Okay. I think that would be fair, Mrs. Aspis, to do that, because we did, as a board, decide that, and I think the parameters that we did set forth were reasonable, and certainly to the extent that they want to remove it completely, I think it's fair to say that we oppose that. So
the only exception that the bill does provide is this language here. It doesn't address medical issues or students with special needs issues, so that's still a problem. But here's the language. It says essentially students will be allowed to use wireless communication device only with an administrator or teacher's prior consent, provided that use would be limited to electronic listening, audio recording, photographing, or video recording for educational purposes.
yeah,
So it still doesn't deal with the medical side of it.
well, yeah, I think I said, we
Or the
belabored
emergency
that
side of it, sorry.
we belabored that one last year and came to a conclusion and an opinion
Yes,
that.
and
Go ahead.
ours has that, our policy includes that exception.
Absolutely. So I think if we're in agreement, I'll ask for a motion to oppose that from the board standpoint of already addressing that and then applying the applicable language. Ms. Chappelle, for that
Yes, sir.
opposition. Do I have a motion to Oppose?
I make a motion to oppose.
Ms. Aspis?
I second.
Vote a roll call. Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Ms. Montoya?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Great. These next ones are more straightforward. So Senate Bill 107, this is Senator Padilla appropriating 20 million to PED for out of school time programming. If you guys remember last year, they tried to split that fund into, what was it called? Superintendent high dose tutoring. Anyway, tutoring and out of school time. We had a concern with that given how our district is set up. And so thankfully Senator Padilla has fixed that this year as well. And it's just a straight $20 million fund for that.
I mean, if that looks like something
Yes,
looks
sir.
like something that's going to carry over and work,
Yeah.
I don't think we need to do that because obviously that's positive for us. Because I know
Yes,
we
it
utilize
is.
that quite a bit.
It will likely get rolled into House Bill 2. It's already passed Senate Education and it's now in Senate Finance.
Mr. Powell,
Yes, sir.
do you know if they still have language in there that talks about non-school entities?
They do not have that anymore. That's what I meant by remember last year we went to him and he removed that for us.
Okay, same thing. Because that's something,
Same thing, yes,
out
sir.
of school time, we definitely would apply for that again. It's one way we can offer a variety of activities after school and bring our kids after school without having to be all academic tutoring, so.
Because I know we were one of the largest recipients of that funding.
Yes, Mr. Montoya has mentioned that we were, other than Albuquerque Public Schools, we were the second largest recipient of that funding, so.
Oh, that's awesome.
We definitely utilize it.
So, and I will make sure, Superintendent, that they don't sneak that language in. I will be surprised if they do, but I will.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I will make sure that we monitor that. Next one is Senate Bill 123. It provides about 1.2 million to outfit schools with defibrillators, and I think this one will also be rolled into House Bill 2. It passed the Senate and it's now in Senate Finance. The next one is Senate Bill 234. It is looking at providing transportation to and from school for foster children. This one has passed the Senate Education Committee. It's now in Senate Finance. I don't know if obviously if it benefits students to get to school, that's a good thing, but I don't know that we have a huge position on it, but I wouldn't mind getting some input from you all.
What percentage do we have of those
It's a
foster
hard
students?
question to answer. Superintendent, who would be our best person to answer that question?
I imagine we won't get a good answer tonight. I doubt it, but Amy's
Yeah.
crew. Amy's working on it.
Okay, how about we come back to this one and I keep moving?
We have, I'm hearing that we have 2 students who would qualify for this. That we're currently.
How many
transporting. We have 2 students that we're currently
Oh.
transporting.
So that's a positive.
Okay. And it would be an appropriation, so it wouldn't, we would get additional funding if we qualified for it.
Would that go into House Bill 2 as well, or no? Or is that a standalone?
Yeah, I think it would.
Okay.
I would see this being in House Bill 2 and I'll look for it there.
Yeah, I mean, if those tie to it, then the likelihood of it passing obviously is pretty good.
Yep.
Okay.
The next one, Board President, is the one you were mentioning. It's Senate Joint Resolution 3, appointed State Board of Education. That failed in Senate Ed, so it is dead. Senate Bill 64, creating an Office of Special Education. This has already passed the Senate. It is passed Government Elections and Indian Affairs Committee, and it's now in House Education Committee. And this is the one that the governor was trying to do administratively. And I think there were a lot of problems with it being done administratively. And so now it's gotten enough momentum to go, to become actual legislation.
Does it look like it's going to pass?
Yeah, it's already passed the Senate.
Okay.
It's on the House side now. I think it's got legs. Do you guys want to talk about this one?
I think if you have that.
Yes,
Go ahead, Ms. Aspis.
Yeah, go ahead, talk about it, Jermaine.
Okay, so essentially it actually creates more opportunity for special education, and it creates the Office of Special Education within the PED, provides for a Deputy Secretary of Special Education. It removes gifted students from special education. And I wouldn't mind hearing, Superintendent, your thoughts on that. And then it also updates the Special Education Act. So that's it in a nutshell.
So you just want my thoughts on the gifted portion of it?
Yes, sir.
I'm worried.
I don't know,
about
do
it.
we have concerns about that?
Well, yes, we had concerns originally, and most of those concerns revolved around the funding aspects of it.
Okay.
And I still have those concerns to a degree, especially because once they're removed, they're not going to be put back in. So they go ahead and say, well, we're going to fund them to this level this year, and don't worry, we'll fund them in the future. But that don't worry, we'll fund things in the future doesn't always fly real well. They don't necessarily adhere to what they're saying they're going to do. So, I mean, they sort of lose that protection by being in that gift or in that special ed umbrella. So I don't know. There's a couple other reasons why I don't really like this bill, although I believe the Superintendent's Association is now behind it. There was some provisions to allow for superintendent input, and I don't know, I don't see that in anything currently, but superintendents were collectively wanting a voice as far as in the Office of Special Education. And they didn't feel like they were getting that. So I don't know if that's been put in here somewhere, that there's some sort of nod to the Superintendent's Association and their ability to help with changes in special ed or not.
Well, it was amended, so I'm going to pull up that amendment because I think that's probably what you're talking about there. So the amendment just defines what a gifted child is, exceptional child, and gifted child both. All right, I'm going to go back. So that doesn't give any control to superintendents in that amendment. Here's another one. Yes, this is the one that's probably is why it's getting some support. So the second amendment, which passed House, sorry, it was Senate Finance. Here's the language: superintendent consult with a committee of school district superintendents and charter school head administrators selected by their peers on a quarterly basis to plan and implement continuous improvement measures related to the systems and services provided to students with disabilities throughout the state.
Good.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. So they did put that in there, so that's good.
Yes, sir.
I support it as long as the, you know, the gifted kids are taken care of, you know, one way or another.
Okay.
Jared has a hand.
So I've highlighted that.
Jared, do you want to add to that?
Board President, is that okay?
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson and Jermaine. I just want to mention before, I do believe the gifted program is a great recruiting aspect even for our students too, because I believe what we have established here is leading the way with our state, and the state's paying very close attention to our program because we are leading the way with gifted, and I think that's a way we are bringing in students from Farmington especially to our gifted program because they're taking advantage of the ASU gifted class. And Jermaine, just one more thing too, I was just talking to Assistant Superintendent about it, but the Senate bill or House Bill 253 or the public changes like the online tutoring, I think that bill could also affect the ASU online platform because I believe there's probably close to 300 students that are taking advantage of that courses, and I'm not too sure if that would maybe, you know, cut the legs off of some students that would not have access to that. Thank you, Board President.
Thank you for those comments.
Just to go, sorry, yes, sir. Just to go back to House Bill 253, this bill should not affect that, but I will double check, okay?
Okay, but in respects to what he was saying about the gifted program in and of itself, we had a very good example of it this afternoon, didn't we? So certainly from our perspective and what Mr. Noble has stated with what we're doing here and to ensure that we can do that, I think it's imperative that we, as a voice again, as a board, support that. So, I think we've made those moves certainly to improve and do better, and we've seen direct positive actions from that as well. Correct, Superintendent?
That is correct.
All right.
So I'm going to follow up on the concern about any potential defunding or loss of funding for gifted and just make sure it has a home, right? And then with Mr. Noble's comments on House Bill 253, just to clarify, Superintendent, ASU, that's dual credit, right? Virtual dual credit?
It's dual credit at the high school, I believe, but don't we also have some down at the elementary levels where there's no credit involved? There's just an online. So,
But it's supplementing normal school, right?
yes.
Yeah, okay. So I will do some digging on that and get back to you guys. Board President, did you want to do a formal action on?
Oh, yes, absolutely, especially for that
Okay.
gifted portion. Could I get a motion to support that bill, please?
I motion.
With a caveat, right? Because we're concerned, as long as it doesn't hurt gifted.
Yes, as long as it doesn't.
I make a motion.
If it comes to that point, then obviously not, but, so the motion has been made by Ms. Montoya. The second?
I second.
Vote a roll call, Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Ms. Montoya?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Anything further, Ms. Chappelle?
Yes, sir. We're getting closer though.
Can I comment?
Yes, please.
You know, I not to take anything, you know, negatively or same advocacy for the special ed. It would be nice. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. I mean, I think the bill actually really elevates those needs by making it into its own sub-department within PED. So absolutely. Okay, the next one, Senate Joint Resolution 1. It's already passed Senate and passed House Government Elections and Indian Affairs. It's now in House Ed. This one proposes to amend the Constitution to remove the requirement that school elections be separate from partisan elections. And so that would streamline cost and other things for the state is really, I think, what's the push behind this one. So all the elections would be at the same time.
At the same
Any
time.
discussion on this?
You did say at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir. So right now, school board elections have to be held separately from partisan elections.
I kind
And-
of prefer that, honestly. I don't know what. I don't know. I mean, for me personally, it doesn't matter.
This is probably, I mean, the reason behind this is economic.
Yeah, I see that point of doing it all at one time, but
Yep. Yep.
people get used to that cycle as well too, that they've been doing for a number of years
Mhm.
anyway.
And another possible aspect, though, is you might get more voter turnout if it's in line with the bigger elections.
Ms. Aspis, are you okay with that? What's your opinion?
I don't think anybody in Santa Fe cares if I got 300, 400 votes.
Or that I won by 2. I don't know if that matters. But
And I mean, we can just be neutral on this.
yeah, it's to me, like I said, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
It's not like the state wasting money anyway.
The next one will also likely go into House Bill 2, House Bill 256, defibrillators at school athletic events. So it's passed the really long committee name I've been saying, House Government Elections and Indian Affairs Committee, and it's now in House Education. This one does not look like it comes with an appropriation, so this would likely be an unfunded mandate.
Can you define it a little bit more?
It just requires school districts to have automated defibrillators to be available during all school athletic activities.
So we're gonna have a lot
I'm sorry.
on hand?
So we're pretty good with defibrillators in our indoor facilities throughout our schools. I think the question I would have on this, if that would include outdoor events such as like a soccer game where the field isn't necessarily with the other fields, or a cross-country event, which may, be in a different location if we're supposed to provide them for that. I don't know what kind of expenses that would entail. I would want to know specifics. And I really think that this kind of thing should definitely have some appropriation. For some districts, it might require putting up 20, 30 of these, and if they're $2,000 each, then that's a few bucks, $40,000, $60,000, Anyway, other than that, I would say that we should support it. I mean, there's a good reason for it, but it'd be great to have an appropriation.
You're right, Superintendent, there is. I just went through it again real quick. There's no appropriation with respect to your question about requirement for outdoor. It requires that we have a plan in place. So I read that to mean we make that choice. I mean, they're available, it's just how available are they right on the field, or are they, 1,000 feet away? So it does give the school district some flexibility to determine your question, Superintendent. What is your pleasure, Board?
I guess neutrality on that, I mean, just, again.
Yeah, it doesn't really affect us.
Appropriations and meet the cost anyway.
Okay, we're nearing the end.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. House Bill 30, Teacher Residency Act changes. It increases the amount of stipend for a teaching resident be set at a percentage of the statutory minimum salary for level 1 teachers. Provides that a teaching resident may work at any public school after the residency instead of a public school in a sponsoring school district, so it gives them more options. Provides that a partner school district or charter school shall be expected to offer employment to a teaching resident depending on the district or charter school staffing needs. So it's essentially creating more opportunity for teacher residency participants. This is, let's see, it's passed the House and it's now in Senate Education.
So are they appropriating funds for that additional cost?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know, do we need to throw our support behind that or not?
We can be neutral on it. I mean,
Yeah,
it looks like it's moving. I think it's gonna pass.
Mr. Noble, you had a question?
Board President, may I speak real quick on the House Bill 30? Thank you, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, Jermaine, just help me out here too, because I was looking into this bill and just understanding that I think there's also a gap maybe with especially our Shiprock and Newcomb teachers, just because there's no housing market for a teacher to take advantage of this House bill.
Right, that would be separate.
So,
yeah.
So, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, I think it's just, I have a concern for this bill because I think it doesn't bring quality teachers to our area, but it maybe would provide quality teachers more to suit the needs of like Farmington or Albuquerque or even Gallup, just a little more bigger cities where maybe housing is more available for those folks. Obviously, the teacher residencies or housing teacherages in our district might be just something for our board can consider. Thank you, Board President.
You're correct, Mr. Noble. This bill doesn't deal with teacherages. It is seeking to make the teacher residency program more attractive, so that we can increase the number of teachers in our state.
Yeah, I've understood that one has pretty good support, and it looks like it's going to pass. So I think reasonably be neutral on it because again, the statewide support for that to try to improve the teacher access for people going through the educational process.
So the next one is House Bill 47. I'm sorry.
I think what Jared had to say is true, and this bill kind of, when it was made or created, it wasn't with our environment, our area in mind, and it kind of puts the cart before the horse type of thing. And we know what needs to happen in order to attract teachers. let alone quality teachers.
What is our position on this board?
Yeah, again, to Ms. Aspas's point and Mr. Noble's point, I agree, but until the state gives us some funding to build more teacherage, it's one of those hard roads to hoe as far as being able to develop those conditions to make it more enticing for people to come out here. But if the state's willing to improve that stipend, and if we can attract at least some, that's still beneficial altogether. And I know that was something that we had talked about that at the New Mexico School Board Association's legislative committee. And most people were, in fact, all of us were in agreement that that was a good thing. Again, notwithstanding the teacher shortage that we have, the housing itself. So.
Yes, sir, it really speaks to grow our owns.
Can you repeat that, please?
I apologize. It does help us with the Grow Our Own program because it provides some expanded incentivization for participating in the residency.
Exactly, and that's what I'm looking at. And that it is a positive, and I know that most of the people in that committee were in agreement as well. So again, I don't personally think that we need to, I think we can be neutral because it looks like it's gonna pass.
Yeah, I think it will. Any other questions, board members, before I move on to the next one? We have 3 more, which should go pretty fast.
Continue.
The next one is House Bill 47, School Employee Insurance Programs. It has a committee sub on it. They worked on it pretty extensively. It's passed the House and it now moves to Senate Ed. And I want to make sure I'm looking at the right one. It's essentially increasing for all employees, the match that districts will provide. The original was at 80%, and pull up.
Yeah, because it was on a gradient scale, right, Superintendent, for the insurance?
Yes, originally, yes.
Yeah, and again, that was one.
Depending on salary.
Yeah, that was one of those that again, as a committee, we looked at and everybody was in agreement with, because they understood exactly the importance to that and how it directly impacts the educators in the state. So I don't think, again, in my opinion, that we need to have a standalone support because it's pretty straightforward.
And the committee sub is the same. It also requires that a study be performed to look at the sustainability of insurance costs and that match amount. Is this one we are neutral on, or the superintendent? I mean, it doesn't talk about appropriation, but they're gonna have to make us whole on SEG if this passes. So I think I wanna make sure we ask that question.
This insurance that you're talking about, is that MESA?
Yes. Oh, I mean, it's health insurance. Not NIMSIA, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, if they appropriate the funding for those adjustments across the board, absolutely. But if they're expecting us to take that hit,
Yep.
then that's.
I will make sure that that is not a hole in SEG if this passes. How's that?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty straightforward. Again, if they're making those appropriations for those increases, and I know that was talked about, because I'm pretty certain you would have heard already that if it was just placed on the burden or on the shoulders of the school district to take that hit, that's a pretty big chunk of money.
So I will find that information out and then circle back with you guys on it.
All right, thank you.
Jermaine,
Next
just-
one is house. Yes, sir.
Go ahead and just real quick on that. So when you're checking into that, you know, it's easy to say that everybody wants it, and we do, but I'd be real careful because our district is a little bit different than a lot of districts in the amount of folks who actually take insurance. And the fact that if an appropriation is given, that this is, I'm going to try to figure out how to say this, but so we have a lot of folks who they go to IHS, right? So they don't take our insurance because it's steep. It's very steep. But if we had, let's say, a fairly sizable group of people who jumped over and took the insurance, I don't know that this bill is going to address that amount of change that would take place. And I would just want to make sure that however that appropriation is meted out, that it would cover those kinds of situations. And I know there's other districts sort of like ours, but that are different with the IHS. But yes, I mean, that'd be something I'd be really worried about. I mean, if they just said, hey, it's based on the number of people you had on insurance last year, and we're just gonna, you know, give you this much for the amount you had last year, that's not gonna cover the amount of people who need it. And then we're gonna end up having to pick that up as a district anyway. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. I got you. Next one, House Bill 120, limiting student restraint and seclusion. This has passed the House and has now moved to Senate Education. And this is essentially making it more clear on what kind of seclusion and restraint techniques you can utilize for what type of responses by students. This looks like it's going to pass. Any questions on this one?
Nope.
Okay. Senate Bill 29, math requirements for teaching license. This one increases mathematics 2026 requirements for teaching licensure or endorsement, and provides for a math instructional leadership framework, professional learning plans, screening assessments. So it's essentially increasing the educational requirements of teachers to become certified by expanding the math requirements. This has passed the Senate and is now in House Ed.
So are you saying that's more pointed at the institutions of higher learning and people going to
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes, sir.
Neutral.
The last one to discuss is Senate Bill 178. This was Senator Munoz's bill. We've talked about this one before. This is the one that would potentially restrict our use of our cash balance if certain schools don't receive at least 90% of the dollars they generate through the SEG. We had some pretty big concerns about this bill because our district is essentially 3 regions and 3 small school districts consolidated into one. So this would have had adverse impacts on us. This bill, we hit this bill super early and very consistently, and it has not moved out of the first committee that it's in. Our understanding is it's not going to go anywhere, but we want to make sure that it doesn't find its way into House Bill 2. So we are still monitoring this bill.
Keep my hands off the cash balance.
Right. So that concludes the bills that are the more priority bills out there for education right now.
Thank you for those updates. There's nothing further. We'll move on to item 4, discussion items for the regular school board meeting. Anyone? Ms. Asmus, do you have anything?
Yes, I understand that there's certain types of graduation levels, if you want to say, for special ed. So I'd like to have a discussion on that.
Secretary Aspis, could you clarify that just real quickly for us? We're all kind of trying to understand exactly what you're asking for.
When special ed or disability, a student with disability, when they graduate, I understand there's like 3 different graduation, I don't know if we call it seals or whatever that's noted on their diploma.
So do you just want to report on that?
Yes.
On the 3, okay. Not now.
There's some,
Mr. Bellstreet's ready
some-
right now.
It's something that I wasn't aware of. So I'd like to have a presentation on that.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So, Superintendent, if we can get together that information from those surveys that we put out to the public, hopefully have that, all those responses with the adequate time that we've had, close to 2 months. We can gather that and disseminate that to the board so they can have that information. Then we can discuss that on the regular board meeting. So if you would, please. And then I think reasonably closing off the your portal for submittals for comments, probably what, tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow would be great. I know there's probably thousands of people listening to this meeting that are going to probably want to hear this. This is your last chance to do the survey if we close it tomorrow. Is that correct, Jared?
All righty. I don't have anything else, and that's it. And item 5, we can stay here another hour.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second? Ms. Aspis, you want a second for the adjournment?
I second.
I want to thank you, Ms. Aspis, for doing that. Absolutely. The fact that you're sick and you've held on as long as you could. So thank you very much for doing that so we could actually take care of this meeting. Vote a roll call, Ms. Aspis?
Yes.
Ms. Montoya?
Yes.
And myself, yes. We have 3. It's adjourned. Thank you all
Thank
very
you
much
all.
for hanging in there.
Ms.